Every person you pass during the day carries a world inside them that no one else can see. A storm behind the eyes, a pressure in the chest, a tiredness that doesn't come from the body but from the mind, trying to stay strong for too long. We smile, we work, we show up. But when the night comes and the lights dim, the truth rises, the truth we tuck away, the feelings we delay, the thoughts we never had time to face. And maybe that's you tonight. Maybe you're tired in a way sleep alone can't fix. Maybe your mind has been running laps around itself, replaying old moments, planning every possible future, worrying about things that haven't even happened. Not because you want to, but because you've never learned another way. No one taught you how to let the mind loosen its grip. No one showed you how to sit with your thoughts without being swallowed by them. But deep within you, beneath the noise and the tension, there is a quieter voice, a wiser voice, a voice that isn't begging you to be stronger, but to finally rest. The Stoics understood this part of the human heart better than anyone. They believed that peace is not something you wait for, it is something you practice. They believed that the mind becomes calm when we stop wrestling with every thought that rises, that we don't need to escape our emotions, we just need to understand them. And they taught that even one night of true mental stillness can change the path of an entire life. That is what these 4 hours are for. 4 hours to gently untie the knots inside your mind. 4 hours to let your thoughts settle like dust after a long day. 4 hours to soften the weight you've been carrying on your shoulders, maybe for years. 4 hours to return to yourself, the self beneath the stress, the noise, the fear, and the expectations. Tonight, you do not have to be strong. You do not have to solve anything. You do not have to perform for the world. Tonight, your only job is to breathe and let your mind rest. Welcome to 4 hours of deep Stoic meditations for inner peace and restful sleep. Let's begin. Sometimes, right after the first wave of calm reaches the mind, there's a quiet second where you finally sense how much you've been carrying. A pause that reveals the truth beneath the surface, the tension you ignored, the thoughts you pushed away, the feelings you stored because there was never a safe moment to feel them. And in that pause, something inside leans forward, almost curious, not afraid, not overwhelmed, just ready for a different kind of calm. A calm that doesn't come from effort, but from letting go of the need to fight yourself. Before sleep can take you deeper, before the mind can settle into stillness, there is one place everything returns to: the breath. The simple rhythm that has guided you through every challenge, every joy, every silent night where your thoughts refuse to rest. Most people overlook it because it's always there, always working, always steady. But the breath carries a wisdom older than your worries, a wisdom that knows how to soften what you cannot force. The breath of acceptance is where real rest begins. Acceptance is not giving up. It's not pretending everything is fine. It is the gentle release of the internal resistance that makes every emotion heavier than it needs to be. Acceptance says, "This is how I feel, and I don't need to hide it from myself anymore." In that honesty, the breath finds more room to move. When stress builds, the breath becomes tight. When fear whispers, it becomes shallow. When old memories return at night, it becomes uneven. But the moment the heart stops wrestling with the experience, even slightly, the breath expands again. Acceptance loosens the knots that thoughts create. It allows the body to stop bracing for things that aren't happening anymore. There is strength in allowing your feelings to simply exist without judgment. The Stoics understood this deeply. They saw emotions as visitors, not enemies. Sensations as signals, not threats. Thoughts as clouds passing through the sky of the mind, losing power when you stop chasing them. They taught that peace comes not from controlling the storm, but from choosing not to stand in the center of it. The breath becomes your guide in this. Each inhale creates space inside the chest, space for truth, space for softness, space for the part of you that has been waiting for a moment without pressure. Each slow exhale lets the body drop the tension it learned to hold out of habit. One breath won't change your life, but thousands taken with awareness begin shaping how your mind meets the world. Letting the breath move naturally teaches you presence without force. You start noticing the coolness of the air, the slight lift of the ribs, the way your heartbeat steadies when you stop trying to think your way into peace. You begin to see that rest doesn't come from solving everything in your head. It comes from giving your mind permission not to solve anything at all. Acceptance through the breath teaches you how to stay with yourself. Thoughts appear, but they don't drag you anywhere. Emotions rise, but they don't take control. You learn to witness without reacting, to feel without drowning, to rest without fear. This is the quiet wisdom of the breath, reminding you that calm isn't something you chase, it's something you return to. As the breath deepens, the body shifts into a gentler state. Muscles loosen, pressure lifts, the nervous system eases out of survival mode. This is where the night starts softening around you. This is where the mind remembers what peace feels like. This is where acceptance becomes not a concept, but a lived experience, steady, warm, and unforced. There is a moment, right after the breath begins to settle, when the mind becomes aware of something deeper. A feeling that has been sitting inside you for years, maybe even decades. Not loud, not dramatic, but constantly present, like a quiet pressure you've learned to carry without questioning it. When the breath softens, this weight becomes easier to notice. It rises gently, as if it has been waiting for the first sign of safety before showing itself. And in that rising, there is a silent invitation for release. This next step is about letting the body and mind loosen the burdens they've held for far too long. Not by force, not by pretending they don't exist, but through a kind of release that grows naturally when the inner world finally feels supported. Most people move through life with tension that was never theirs to keep. Expectations placed on them too young, responsibilities they never had space to process, wounds they didn't know how to close. These layers stack quietly until they feel like part of your identity, but they are not. They are simply weight. The weight release meditation begins with recognizing how the body responds to emotional load. Stress doesn't only live in the mind. It settles into the shoulders, the jaw, the stomach, the back. It changes how you stand, how you sleep, how you breathe. Each memory of pressure, each moment of fear, each unresolved conflict gets stored somewhere over time. It becomes heavier than anything you physically lift. The first step is acknowledging this without judgment. When you bring the breath to the places where the body holds tension, something important happens. You begin to feel the separation between who you are and what you've been carrying. The body starts responding to your awareness. Muscles loosen when they realize they no longer need to protect you. The chest feels less tight when it recognizes that the danger is no longer present. Release doesn't happen all at once. It unfolds slowly, like the soft untying of a knot that has been pulled tight for years. This process is not about revisiting painful memories. It's about giving the body permission to stop holding the reactions it stored along the way. The Stoics taught that suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the tension we hold long after the moment has passed. They believed in facing reality with clear eyes, but also in letting go of emotional residue that no longer serves a purpose. Release is the practical expression of this wisdom. As you focus on the breath, bring awareness to the heaviness inside you, not to analyze it, but to offer it space. The body responds to a tension that is gentle rather than critical. When you direct your breath into areas of tightness, you remind the nervous system that it is safe to let go. This creates a physical shift long before the mind understands what is happening. Release begins in sensation, not thought. Some weight comes from expectations you absorbed from others. Some comes from mistakes you've punished yourself for. Some comes from fears you never spoke out loud. This meditation allows these hidden pressures to slowly loosen their grip. You don't need to identify each one. You don't need to understand their origins. The body knows how to release when you stop interfering with the process. A helpful approach is to allow each exhale to carry away a tiny strand of tension, not with force, but with trust. Every breath creates a small opening where heaviness can drift out. Over time, these small openings grow wider. The mind begins to feel lighter, not because the world changed, but because the weight inside you finally has somewhere to go. As the release deepens, the breath becomes smoother. Thoughts slow down. The body's natural rhythm returns. You may notice a sense of spaciousness that wasn't available before, a deeper quiet, a gentler awareness. This is the mind remembering how it feels to exist without constant pressure. You are not becoming empty. You are becoming clear. The weight release meditation is not about losing anything important. It is about freeing yourself from burdens that were never meant to stay. As this inner space opens, the night begins to feel softer, safer, and more supportive. The body learns to rest in a new way, and the mind follows, step by step, into deeper stillness. There comes a point, once the weight begins to loosen, when the mind starts searching for something steady to hold on to. Not out of fear, but out of a quiet need for grounding. When heaviness lifts, even a little, a new kind of clarity appears, soft, spacious, and unfamiliar. In that space, the mind naturally reaches toward stability, toward a center that cannot be shaken by the noise of the world. This is where the next step begins, not through force, but through the natural pull toward inner strength. The Stoics often spoke of a place within the self that no hardship could touch, a private space that stayed clear even when life turned unpredictable. They called it the inner citadel, not a building, not a wall, but a state of being that holds firm no matter what storm passes on the outside. This meditation leads you there slowly, allowing you to sense it layer by layer until it becomes as real to you as your own breath. This practice does not ask you to escape from reality. It teaches you how to meet reality from a place of unshakable steadiness. You enter this inner space through awareness, by gently turning your attention inward and noticing what rises without resistance. As the breath stays calm and the body continues to soften, the mind begins to uncover a deeper sense of self, one that has always existed beneath the stress, beneath the roles you play, beneath the expectations placed upon you. The inner citadel is the part of you that does not crumble under pressure. It is the part that stayed alive through every challenge you have survived, even during moments when you felt lost, defeated, or overwhelmed, this quiet core never left you. Most people never pause long enough to feel it, but it is there, steady and patient, waiting for acknowledgement. To move closer to it, begin by noticing the stable points within you, the gentle beat of the heart, the steady flow of breath, the calm that flickers behind your thoughts. These sensations act like markers, guiding you deeper into yourself. As your attention settles, the noise of the mind softens. Worries lose their grip. The constant mental commentary fades into the background. You start to feel a presence within you that is calm, observant, and untouchable. The inner citadel is not cold or distant. It is warm, grounded, and deeply supportive. It offers a sense of safety that does not depend on circumstances. When you rest in this space, the body feels protected, the mind feels anchored. The nervous system shifts into a state where clarity becomes natural. This is the place where decisions become easier, where fear loses its authority, where you remember your ability to endure and adapt. This meditation strengthens the bond between your awareness and this inner center. The more you rest here, the more familiar it becomes. Over time, the citadel grows clearer than your fears. It becomes easier to return to it during stress, conflict, or uncertainty. The mind learns that it has a refuge that does not disappear when life becomes turbulent. This inner space is not built through stubbornness. It is formed through self-understanding. Every challenge you've overcome has added a stone to its foundation. Every moment of survival, every lesson learned, every hardship endured has contributed to its strength. By resting here, you honor all the versions of yourself that worked hard to keep you moving forward. As you settle into this practice, a quiet confidence rises. Not loud, not prideful, just steady. You begin to sense that no external pressure has the power to fracture you at this core level. The world may be unpredictable, but your response no longer comes from panic. It comes from strength, from perspective, from the grounded awareness that you are larger than the moment you are facing. This inner citadel is your place of stillness, your place of clarity, your place of truth. When the mind learns to return here, peace becomes something you can access, not something you wait for. And with each breath, the connection to this inner refuge grows stronger, guiding you deeper into calm and preparing you for the next step of the journey. There is a shift that happens once the inner citadel becomes clearer. A soft awareness rises, showing you how much you've carried, how hard you've tried, how far you've come without giving yourself credit. The mind, now steadier and less burdened, begins to see past old judgments. The harsh inner voice grows quieter, and in its place, something gentler appears, something that has waited a long time to be heard. This is where the next part of the journey begins, not with effort, but with honesty. Most people move through life under an invisible pressure to be more, fix more, do more. They replay their actions, wondering if they should have known better, done better, been stronger. The mind becomes a critic instead of a companion. But there comes a moment in the night, once calm has begun to settle, when the truth surfaces. You did what you could, with what you knew, in the situations you faced. This reflection is not an excuse, it is an act of release. The "I did what I could" reflection is a way of meeting your past self with understanding instead of punishment. It allows the mind to soften its grip on old stories that have been replayed too many times. It creates a space where the heart can breathe again. When you look back through the lens of compassion, you begin to see the younger versions of yourself not as failures, but as humans doing the best they could under the conditions they were in. This reflection begins by acknowledging something simple yet often forgotten. You have always been trying. Even in moments of fear, confusion, or anger, there was effort behind your choices. You responded with whatever strength you had at the time. You made decisions with the level of awareness you possessed. You protected yourself in ways that made sense back then, even if they no longer serve you now. The Stoics understood the importance of this kind of perspective. They taught that judgment of the past only creates suffering because the past cannot be changed. What can be changed is the meaning you give it. When you allow yourself to reflect without blame, the past stops feeling like a chain and becomes a teacher instead. The mind learns to release regret, guilt, and self-criticism, not because the past was perfect, but because you finally recognize that you were doing the best you could. This reflection also helps repair the relationship you have with your own mistakes. Mistakes are not evidence of failure. They are evidence of growth, of trying, of living. Every decision you made was shaped by your experience, your fears, your hopes, and your understanding at the time. When you release the expectation that you should have known everything, the heart becomes lighter. The nervous system relaxes. The mind stops replaying old scenes as if punishing yourself could rewrite them. To deepen this reflection, focus on the moments that still carry emotional weight. The arguments you wish had gone differently. The opportunities you think you missed. The times you stayed silent when you wanted to speak. Instead of asking, "Why wasn't I better?" ask, "What was I trying to protect? What was I afraid of? What did I not yet understand?" These questions don't create shame, they create clarity. They show you that every action had a reason, even if the reason wasn't obvious at the time. As you move deeper into this reflection, you may feel a sense of softening in the body, a release in the chest, a loosening in the stomach. The mind begins to unhook itself from old loops of criticism. This is not denial. This is closure. It is the recognition that holding on to regret only steals energy from the present. Acceptance frees that energy. It allows you to meet every version of yourself, from childhood to now, with understanding. When the words, "I did what I could," are felt, not just said, they become a kind of medicine. A quiet balm for wounds you've carried too long. A gentle reminder that growth comes from compassion, not punishment. This reflection clears space inside you, making room for rest, for peace, for the possibility of a kinder relationship with your own mind. And as this understanding settles in, the night deepens into a more forgiving quiet, one that prepares you for the next step of the journey. There is a quiet transformation that takes place when self-judgment begins to loosen. After meeting yourself with understanding, something subtle opens inside you, a small shift in perspective that feels like a doorway to a wider truth. The mind, no longer trapped in old stories, becomes ready for a different kind of clarity. A clarity that doesn't just look inward, but outward. A clarity that expands far beyond the boundaries of your daily worries. This is where the next phase begins, as naturally as a deep breath after a long silence. Many of the thoughts that weigh you down feel heavy, not because they are unsolvable, but because they seem so close, so immediate, so personal. When problems sit right against the heart, they can feel enormous. But the Stoics often reminded themselves of a simple truth. Perspective changes everything. When you widen your view, the mind shifts from tightness to ease. What once felt overwhelming becomes smaller, lighter, easier to hold. The cosmic scale meditation brings that shift. This practice invites you to view your life not as an isolated struggle, but as part of a vast, interconnected existence. Not to diminish your experiences, but to free you from the illusion that every difficulty defines your entire world. When you place your worries against something larger, they stop feeling like the center of everything. Your breathing steadies, your thoughts settle. The emotional pressure begins to fade. You begin by sensing the steady rhythm within you, the heartbeat, the breath, the gentle rise and fall of your chest. These small movements connect you to something larger, something shared by every human who has ever lived. The same breath that flows through you once flowed through people long gone. The same heartbeat has echoed in billions of bodies across history. You are part of a story far bigger than your struggles. As the mind expands, life's challenges begin to feel different. They lose their grip, not because they disappear, but because you see them from a place that is not confined to fear or urgency. You realize that the world is wide, time is vast, and your current worries, while meaningful, are not permanent. They are moments, not destinies, passing states, not final truths. The cosmic scale meditation also helps dissolve the illusion of loneliness. It reminds you that every human has faced uncertainty. Every human has questioned their worth, doubted their choices, feared the unknown. You are not separate from the human experience. You are woven into it. This awareness brings comfort. It softens the feeling of being singled out by hardship. It helps you see that you walk a path countless others have walked and survived. As your awareness stretches outward, the mind begins to relax its grip on control. You start to accept that some things are bigger than your influence, and that's not a failure. It's a fact of existence. The Stoics taught that peace comes from distinguishing what belongs to you and what does not. When you view your life from a wider scale, this distinction becomes clear. You begin to release the responsibilities that were never yours. You hold more lightly the things you cannot change. There is also a profound calm that comes from recognizing how small worries become when viewed against the enormity of time. The argument that consumed your thoughts last week, the fear that kept you awake last month, the memory that still stings from years ago. On the cosmic scale, these moments become chapters, not prisons. They lose their sharpness. They lose their weight, not because they never mattered, but because they no longer control your present. As your perspective expands, a deep steadiness settles into the chest. A stillness that feels both grounding and freeing. You begin to sense that your life, with all its struggles and victories, is part of something far beyond everyday concerns. You are a brief, miraculous spark in an immense universe. And paradoxically, this smallness does not make you feel insignificant. It makes you feel held. Your problems become manageable. Your fears lose their edge. Your mind becomes spacious again. And from this space, peace rises naturally, without force. This shift prepares you for the next part of the journey, where clarity deepens and the night opens into an even gentler form of awareness. There is a natural settling that happens after the mind expands outward. Once you've seen your worries from a wider view, they stop gripping you with the same intensity. They loosen, soften, and drift a little farther from the center of your awareness. In that calm space, something new becomes possible, a different kind of relationship with your thoughts. Not a battle, not an escape, but a quiet observation. This is where the next part of the journey grows from, almost effortlessly. Most people move through their days believing every thought is a command, every worry is a warning, every memory is a truth. The mind speaks, and we follow without questioning. But thoughts are not facts. They are movements of the mind, shifting clouds in an inner sky that is far larger than anything passing through it. When you learn to watch your thoughts instead of reacting to them, everything changes. The thought-watching practice teaches the mind to step back from its own activity. It creates a small but powerful distance between you and the stream of thoughts that rise throughout the night. This distance is not cold or detached. It's clarity. It's the ability to see what is happening inside you without being swept into it. Once this distance appears, even slightly, the mind stops feeling like a wild river and begins to feel like a gentle flow. This practice begins with awareness, not effort, not control. Awareness. You simply notice what appears in the mind without trying to push anything away or pull anything closer. A memory might appear. A worry may drift in. A random thought may wander through. Instead of labeling it as good or bad, you observe it with quiet interest. You watch it rise. You watch it stay. You watch it fade. No chasing, no resisting, no analyzing. Thoughts are temporary by nature. They only feel overwhelming when we cling to them or run from them. When you watch a thought without attachment, it loses its grip. It becomes lighter. It passes on its own. This simple shift breaks the cycle that keeps the mind awake at night, the cycle of reacting, judging, and spiraling. In stillness, the mind reveals its true rhythm, and that rhythm is gentler than you expect. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that the mind should act like a guardian at the gates of the self, not letting every thought storm inside, but also not fighting the thoughts that appear, simply watching, simply noticing. They believed that observing the mind is the first step toward inner freedom. When you become the watcher instead of the participant, you regain your power. One of the most important parts of this practice is recognizing that your thoughts are not you. They are events happening within you. Your awareness, the part that observes, is the real you. Thoughts pass through awareness the same way birds pass through the sky. They do not belong to it. When you sense this truth, a deep quiet rises in the chest. The mind stops feeling personal. The self stops feeling fragile. As the practice deepens, the mind becomes less reactive. You stop getting pulled into worst-case scenarios. You stop repeating arguments from the past. You stop predicting outcomes that haven't happened. Each time a thought rises, you let it be. Each time a thought fades, you let it go. No force, no judgment, just presence. This kind of watching creates a natural calmness. The nervous system relaxes, the breath steadies, the emotional weight inside you becomes lighter because you are no longer feeding it with fear or resistance. Thoughts continue to come and go, but they lose the ability to shake you. They drift like waves, and you remain the shore, unmoved, steady, and aware. Over time, this practice becomes a refuge. When stress rises, you return to watching. When fear appears, you return to watching. When the mind becomes loud, you return to watching. You do not fight. You do not force. You simply stay with awareness, and awareness stays with you. In this state, the night feels softer, the mind feels kinder, and the inner world grows quieter, preparing you for the next step of the journey into deeper peace. There is a gentle calm that begins to form once you learn to watch your thoughts without being pulled into them. A calm that feels different from anything you force, different from anything you chase. It settles slowly, like a soft presence filling the spaces that used to be crowded with worry. With this clarity, the mind becomes ready for something deeper, something that doesn't just quiet the thoughts, but nourishes the whole inner world. This is where the next step unfolds with a kind of quiet readiness. The Serenity Circle is not a technique you perform, it is an inner space you create, a space where the mind, the body, and the breath meet in a shared stillness. Most people go through life without ever forming a place inside themselves where they can rest without tension. They rely on their environment to calm them, on other people to comfort them, on circumstances to soften their internal storms. But true serenity grows from within, and this practice helps you build that inner sanctuary. The Serenity Circle begins with presence, not forced awareness, but a gentle settling into the moment. You become aware of your breath without trying to change it. You become aware of your body without trying to fix anything. You become aware of your mind without pushing away any thoughts. As you settle deeper, you begin to sense a subtle openness around you, an inner spaciousness that feels safe and warm. This is the beginning of the circle. The circle is not a literal shape, but a feeling of containment, a sense that you are held, supported, and surrounded by a quiet field of peace. It is the inner experience of knowing that nothing outside this space has power over you in this moment. When you rest inside this circle, the nervous system loosens its guard. The body stops bracing. The mind stops scanning for threats. You enter a state where stillness no longer feels fragile. It feels natural. This space grows stronger as you learn to rest in it. The more you bring awareness to this inner circle, the easier it becomes to return to it during stress or uncertainty. Instead of collapsing under pressure, the mind remembers this place of calm. Instead of tightening around fear, the body remembers how to soften. The Serenity Circle acts like an anchor, giving you a stable center even when the world around you feels chaotic. One of the most powerful aspects of this practice is the sense of emotional safety it creates. Many people struggle with their feelings because they have no inner container to hold them. Emotions can feel overwhelming, too large, too intense. But when you sit inside the Serenity Circle, emotions lose their sharpness. They move through you without shaking your foundation. You can feel deeply without drowning. You can process gently without rushing. You can rest without shutting down. The Stoics taught that peace comes not from the absence of challenges, but from the presence of inner strength. The Serenity Circle embodies this wisdom. It teaches you that calm is not something life gives you. It is something you cultivate. It shows you that the mind can be a home instead of a battlefield. It reminds you that serenity is not a distant goal, but a state you can access whenever you turn inward with intention. As you continue building this circle, a quiet transformation occurs. Thoughts pass more softly. Emotions flow more freely. The breath deepens on its own. The body releases tension without being asked. You begin to feel like you are resting inside yourself, not running from yourself. This feeling is rare for most people, yet it is the foundation of true inner peace. The Serenity Circle also strengthens your resilience. When challenges arise, you no longer meet them from a place of fear or exhaustion. You meet them from steadiness, from clarity, from the grounded understanding that your inner world is not at the mercy of external events. This shift changes everything, from how you think, to how you sleep, to how you carry yourself through each day. As the Serenity Circle grows more familiar, the mind begins to trust it. The heart begins to lean into it. The body begins to soften into its warmth, and the night becomes even more supportive, guiding you deeper into rest and preparing you for the next stage of this journey toward profound inner stillness. There is a softness that arrives once the serenity circle settles around you, a calm that doesn't need to be protected or chased, a quiet assurance that you don't have to fight your thoughts or reshape your emotions, just rest within them. From this inner stillness, the mind becomes ready for a deeper release. A release not of control, but of the belief that you must stay in control at all times. This is where the next step unfolds, gentle and unforced. The Stoics understood something that most people overlook. Peace comes not from gripping life tightly, but from loosening the parts of the mind that insist everything must go a certain way. Nightfall, in their eyes, was not just darkness, it was an invitation to surrender the day, to stop carrying what cannot be changed, to let the natural rhythm of life take over when the human mind has done enough. This surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. It is the recognition that rest requires letting go. The Stoic surrender to nightfall begins with acknowledging the simple truth that the day is over. Whatever happened can no longer be rewritten. Every effort has already been made. Every conversation has already been spoken. Every mistake, every success, every moment finished. The mind often resists this because it wants one more chance to solve, to fix, to perfect. But nightfall tells the truth with quiet certainty. It is time to release the day. This surrender does not ask you to ignore your responsibilities or abandon your goals. It asks you to let the weight of the day stop pressing on your chest. It teaches the mind that there is a time for action and a time for rest. The Stoics believed the mind needs boundaries just as much as the body does. Without them, thoughts spill into the night, creating restlessness, anxiety, and mental exhaustion. Surrender creates a clean line between what has ended and what can wait for morning. To practice this surrender, begin by acknowledging the effort you put into the day. Recognize the energy you spent navigating conversations, responsibilities, emotions, and unexpected moments. Whether it was your best day or your hardest, you showed up. You moved through it. This simple acknowledgement softens self-judgment and makes space for release. Next comes the letting go, not through force, but through acceptance. Allow the events of the day to drift to the edges of your awareness. You don't need to erase them. You don't need to solve them. You simply allow them to step back so the mind can breathe. When thoughts about the day appear, you greet them gently and let them pass. The night asks for no confrontation, no analysis, no resistance. It asks only for presence. This surrender also brings relief to the body. The muscles begin to loosen once the mind stops trying to carry unfinished business. The shoulders soften when you stop replaying moments that can't be changed. The breath deepens when the heart stops preparing for the next thing. The body knows how to rest. It's the mind that must be guided toward stillness. There is also a deeper layer to this practice. Trust. Trust in your ability to handle tomorrow when tomorrow comes. Trust in the self that has already overcome so much. Trust in the natural order of things, that some answers rise only after rest, that clarity grows in silence, and that wisdom forms when the mind steps back from constant noise. The Stoics did not fear surrender. They saw it as returning to alignment with nature. Night is nature's way of saying, "You have done enough." It is an instruction to release the world for a while, so the inner world can recover. When you surrender to nightfall, you give yourself permission to stop performing, solving, striving, and carrying. You return to being, just being. As this surrender deepens, a warm stillness spreads through the mind. Thoughts lose their urgency. The heart loosens its grip on unresolved moments. The breath becomes slow, steady, rhythmic. You begin to feel the difference between holding on and letting go, and the peace that rises from choosing release. This surrender prepares the mind for the next stage, where the night becomes a true companion, guiding you into deeper rest and inner quiet. There is a tenderness that forms after surrendering the day. Once you release the need to fix what has already passed, the mind begins to open in a different direction, toward what supported you, what nourished you, what quietly carried you through the hours without asking for anything in return. This openness isn't loud or dramatic. It arrives softly, like a subtle warmth spreading through the chest. From this warmth, gratitude becomes possible, not the forced kind, but the kind that rises naturally when the mind is no longer weighed down by pressure. This is where the next step begins. The gratitude slow flow is not a list, not a performance, not a search for grand moments. It is a gentle movement of awareness, drifting from one small blessing to another. It flows slowly, without pressure, without expectations. Most people rush through their days without ever pausing to feel the quiet support surrounding them. Gratitude changes that, not by demanding positivity, but by bringing attention to the pieces of life that are already offering stability, comfort, or ease. Gratitude in this practice is not about pretending everything is perfect. It is about noticing what helped you keep going. Even in a difficult day, there are small threads of goodness woven through the hours, threads that often go unseen. When the mind slows enough to recognize these threads, a softening takes place inside you. A subtle sense of safety grows. The heart becomes less guarded. This slow flow begins with the breath, because gratitude requires presence. You feel the steady rhythm that has carried you through the entire day without asking for thanks. The breath has been with you through stress, through conversations, through quiet moments. A simple recognition of this effort creates a shift inside you. It reminds you that support has been within you all along. From there, the flow moves outward to the small experiences that added even the slightest bit of ease. A moment where you felt understood, a sound that soothed you, a taste that brought comfort, a bit of sunlight, a feeling of relief, a quiet laugh. These moments might seem insignificant on the surface, but they anchor you without you realizing it. Gratitude highlights these anchors and gives them the space they deserve. This practice is slow because gratitude cannot be rushed. When you take your time, each point of awareness settles deeper into the heart. You feel the value of the moment rather than just recalling it. The body relaxes as you acknowledge what supported you. The mind becomes less defensive. Gratitude works like warm water on tight muscles, gently easing the tension you didn't know you were holding. The Stoics valued gratitude as a way to shift perception. They saw it not as a fleeting emotion, but as a stable foundation for calm. To them, recognizing what you have is a form of wisdom. It prevents the mind from clinging to what is missing. It brings stability to emotions. It makes acceptance easier because you learn to see that life offers more than just burdens. As the slow flow continues, a quiet sense of wholeness rises. Not because everything in your day was perfect, but because you can finally see both sides, the struggle and the support. This balance creates emotional resilience. It teaches the mind that difficulty and goodness often exist together. It reminds you that even when life feels heavy, something steady is always holding you up. This slow flow also nurtures self-connection. When you acknowledge the things that helped you, you begin to recognize your own efforts more clearly. You notice the moments where you showed patience, where you tried, where you endured. Gratitude extends inward, not just outward. It honors both the world around you and the person you were within it. As the practice deepens, gratitude becomes less of an exercise and more of a feeling. A gentle warmth rising through your chest, spreading across your inner world. It settles into you like a quiet glow, softening the mind and loosening the grip of worry. This warmth prepares you for even deeper rest, guiding you toward a state where the night feels comforting, steady, and full of quiet support. There is a grounded clarity that begins to surface after the heart softens through gratitude. Once you've acknowledged the small supports woven through your day, the mind becomes more honest, more stable, more willing to face itself without fear. Gratitude opens the door, but what comes next is a kind of deep steadiness, a moment where you see life as it is, not through the lens of fear, pressure, or expectation. This is where the next step rises with quiet strength. The reality check calm is not harsh, not cold, and not critical. It is a gentle return to what is true. Most of the stress that fills the mind does not come from events themselves, but from the stories layered on top of those events. A thought appears, and suddenly the mind builds shapes around it. Predictions, assumptions, fears, exaggerations. A small worry becomes a storm. A simple task becomes a mountain. A single moment becomes a disaster. This practice helps dissolve those stories, bringing you back to what is actually happening. This calm begins by recognizing that the mind often reacts before it understands. A worry may rise out of habit rather than truth. A fear may appear out of memory rather than reality. When you slow down enough to question the story, the emotional charge begins to lift. You start to feel the difference between what is real and what is imagined. That difference is where peace grows. The Stoics practiced this often. They believed that emotional suffering arises when the mind treats assumptions as facts. They taught themselves to pause and ask, what part of this is real? What part of this is fear? What part of this is simply my mind trying to protect me? These quiet questions do not push emotions away. They reveal them in their true form, which is almost always gentler than the mind assumes. To enter this calm, you begin by noticing the tension inside you, not judging it, not resisting it, just noticing. Then, with a steady breath, you ask yourself a simple question. What is actually happening right now? Not tomorrow, not next week, not in your imagination. Right now. The mind often discovers that the present moment is far quieter than the thoughts racing through it. The body is safe. The breath is steady. The room around you is still. The chaos exists only in thought. This realization does not dismiss your emotions, it grounds them. It helps you see that fear often predicts outcomes that never arrive. It reminds you that worry often builds problems that do not exist. When you return to what is real, the mind stops spiraling and starts settling. Your nervous system receives a message it rarely hears. You are safe right now. You have space. You can rest. Another part of this practice involves separating facts from interpretations. A message not answered is just a message not answered, not rejection. A delay in plans is just a delay, not a catastrophe. A mistake at work is just a mistake, not a collapse of your worth. This separation breaks the chain that turns small moments into overwhelming pressure. As you settle deeper into this reality check calm, you begin to trust your ability to face life without bracing for disaster. You start to see yourself as capable, adaptable, and grounded. Problems lose their drama because you are no longer viewing them through the lens of panic. You are viewing them from clarity. Decisions become easier. Emotions become more manageable. Sleep becomes more accessible. This calm also dissolves the need for control. When you see life clearly, you stop forcing outcomes that don't belong in your hands. You allow events to unfold without assuming the worst. The mind rests because it realizes it doesn't have to be on high alert. It learns that peace does not come from predicting everything. It comes from being present with what is happening now. As this understanding settles in, your inner world becomes steadier. The breath deepens. The body softens. The thoughts slow into gentle shapes. You begin to feel anchored, not by certainty, but by truth. And from this truth, the night opens even further, guiding you into deeper calm and preparing you for what comes next. There is a noticeable shift that comes after grounding yourself in what is true. Once you stop wrestling with imagined stories and return to what is real, the mind naturally loosens its grip. Fear quiets. Pressure fades. The inner world becomes less rigid. And in that softening of tension, something new becomes possible. A deeper kind of relaxation. One that touches not just the mind, but the entire being. This is where the next step unfurls gently, like a slow exhale that has been waiting all day to be released. The softening meditation is about easing the subtle tightness inside you, the tightness that builds from years of effort, worry, responsibility, and habit. Most people carry a constant internal bracing without realizing it. The jaw clenches, the shoulders lift, the stomach tightens, the breath becomes shallow. This bracing is the body's way of staying ready, as if something might go wrong at any moment. But when the mind is safe enough to let go, the body follows. This meditation guides that release. Softening starts with awareness, not force. You begin by noticing the areas of your body that still feel guarded, the places where tension hides quietly. You do not try to change anything at first. You simply acknowledge what is there. The act of noticing is powerful on its own. The body responds when it feels seen. Muscles begin to loosen because attention signals safety. From there, the softening grows with the breath. Each inhale brings warmth. Each exhale releases a layer of tightness that no longer needs to be held. The breath becomes a quiet conversation between the mind and the body, telling the body, "You can rest now." The body, sensing this truth, listens. It lets go slowly, one small relaxation at a time. The shoulders lower without being pushed. The jaw loosens without being forced. The stomach softens without being commanded. The heart slows as the body stops bracing. This process is subtle. It is gentle. It cannot be rushed. True softening happens when the body trusts that it no longer needs to protect itself. That trust builds from the earlier steps, releasing weight, finding the inner citadel, watching thoughts, grounding yourself in truth. Softening is the natural next movement of a mind that is finally allowed to rest. The Stoics valued this softness. They understood that strength is not constant tension. It is flexibility, inner space, openness. To them, a calm mind was not rigid. It was fluid, adaptable, steady. Softening is the gateway to that kind of strength. It teaches you that you don't need to meet life with clenched fists or a tight chest. You can meet it with ease, with clarity, with a body that moves with life rather than against it. As the practice deepens, you begin to feel your inner world expand. Thoughts drift more quietly. Emotions pass through you without collision. The body feels grounded and open at the same time. You start to sense the difference between relaxation and collapse. Softening is not giving up. It is letting go of unnecessary resistance. It is the body returning to its natural state, open, responsive, peaceful. This meditation also touches deeper layers of the self. Emotional tension stored in the body begins to release. Old fears loosen their hold. Past stress that settled into muscles and breath patterns starts unraveling. You may feel warmth spreading through you, or a lightness, or a sense of gentle spaciousness. These sensations are signs of healing, proof that the body is shifting out of survival and into safety. Softening also prepares the mind for deeper rest. When the body is no longer tense, the mind does not have to work as hard to settle. Sleep becomes more natural. Thoughts slow on their own. The heart feels lighter. The breath becomes fuller. You begin to feel aligned with the night instead of fighting it. As the softening continues, you notice a quiet truth rising within you. Peace is not something you force. It is something you allow. The body knows how to rest. The mind knows how to calm. The heart knows how to ease. Softening is the act of stepping out of the way so these natural processes can unfold. In this softened state, the night feels gentler, safer, more supportive. You become ready for an even deeper descent into stillness, the next stage of your inner journey. There is a deeper quiet that arrives once the body begins to soften. With tension no longer holding you in its grip, something else rises to the surface. Something older, heavier, carried for far longer than the body was built to hold. These are the inner burdens, the worries you keep returning to, the responsibilities you never put down, the fears you try to manage alone, the emotional weight that settles quietly into the corners of the mind. When the body softens, these burdens become easier to feel and easier to release. This is where the next step begins, steady and sincere. The burden basket ritual is an inner practice of setting down what is no longer yours to carry tonight. Not forever, not in denial, but for now. Most people carry their struggles into the night, as if holding them tighter will somehow create solutions. But the mind cannot heal when it is tense. The heart cannot rest when it is overloaded. The spirit cannot breathe when it is buried under pressure. This ritual creates a place inside you, safe, open, grounded, where those burdens can rest without weighing you down. It begins with acknowledgement, not judgment, not analysis, acknowledgement. You gently recognize the pressures that sit in your mind, the concerns that follow you through the day, the responsibilities that cling to your thoughts even when you want silence, the emotions that feel too complex to sort through all at once. You name them internally, not with fear, but with clarity. This alone reduces their power. Burdens grow heavier when ignored. They lighten when seen. Once you've acknowledged what you're carrying, the ritual offers a symbolic release. You create an inner space, a quiet container where these burdens can wait. This is the basket. It's not a literal object. but a mental resting place. A place where you allow your worries to sit without disappearing and without consuming you. The basket is a boundary, a reminder that you are allowed to rest even when life remains unfinished. You begin placing your burdens into this inner basket one at a time. A thought that keeps returning, a feeling you haven't fully processed, a responsibility that doesn't belong to this moment, a fear that has lingered too long. You are not throwing anything away. You are giving yourself permission to stop gripping everything so tightly. This permission is healing in itself. As each burden settles into the basket, the body responds. The shoulders lower, the breath deepens, the chest softens. The mind begins to uncoil from its habitual tension. You start to feel a spaciousness forming inside you, a room where only quiet lives. Not because your problems vanished, but because you stopped carrying them as if they defined you. The Stoics valued this kind of separation. They believed that what weighs us down is not the challenge itself, but the habit of clinging to it even when it's not time for action. They taught that clarity comes from creating distance between you and the things that trouble you. This ritual embodies that wisdom. It shows you that setting something down does not mean abandoning it. It means giving it a place so it doesn't crush you. As the ritual deepens, you may notice a sense of relief, not dramatic, but steady. The mind becomes quieter because it no longer has to hold everything at once. The nervous system relaxes because the internal pressure has been reduced. The heart feels lighter because it is no longer carrying emotional weight without rest. This lightness is subtle but powerful. You may also sense a soft truth. You were never meant to carry everything alone. Some burdens need time, some need rest, some need distance, and some simply need to be acknowledged before they lose their hold. The basket gives each burden the space it needs while giving you the rest you deserve. As the final weight settles into the basket, a deep stillness rises, a stillness that comes from knowing you have done enough for today, a stillness that tells the mind it can stop working, a stillness that invites you deeper into the night with openness instead of tension. In this space of release, the mind becomes ready for the next layer of inner peace, the stage that carries you even closer to restful sleep and gentle clarity. There is a noticeable spaciousness that appears once the burdens have finally been placed in the basket. With nothing left to grip and nothing demanding your attention, the mind settles into a quieter rhythm. The heart feels lighter, the breath flows more freely, and in this open space, the body becomes easier to hear, not as a source of stress, but as a guide, a companion, a place where calm can be felt directly, not just imagined. This is where the next step begins, steady, grounding, and deeply soothing. The Stoic body scan is not about controlling the body or fixing anything. It is about meeting each part of yourself with awareness. It is a gentle journey of attention, moving through the body with patience rather than urgency. Most people live disconnected from the sensations within them. They feel stress without noticing where it accumulates. They feel tension without understanding how long it has lived there. This practice reconnects you with your physical self, helping the mind and body finally move in harmony. The scan begins with settling your awareness into the present moment. The breath is calm, the thoughts are quieter. You bring your attention slowly into the body, noticing, listening, sensing. You are not searching for problems. You are not judging any sensation. You are simply observing what is already there. Awareness itself brings release. As the scan moves downward, each area of the body receives your attention one at a time. The forehead softens when it feels noticed. The eyes relax when they no longer have to stay alert. The jaw loosens when the mind no longer demands tension. These small shifts reveal how much the body responds to gentle awareness. The Stoics believed the body reflects the state of the mind, and when the mind becomes calm, the body follows naturally. You move your awareness to the neck and shoulders, common places where stress hides. You don't force anything to change, you simply allow these areas to be felt. When the body senses permission instead of pressure, tight muscles begin releasing on their own. The shoulders lower, the neck becomes lighter. Breath flows more smoothly through the chest. The scan continues through the arms, the hands, the fingertips. You may notice warmth or coolness or a subtle tingling. These sensations are signs of the nervous system unwinding. The arms feel heavier in a comforting way, as if gravity is gently inviting them to rest. As awareness shifts to the chest, you may sense emotional residue loosening, worries, pressures, subtle fears that once tightened your breath. The chest expands more freely now. Each inhale feels more natural. Each exhale carries away a bit more tension. You bring your attention further down, to the stomach, where many emotions settle without being processed. Here, the practice becomes especially powerful. Tension often sits in the stomach from unspoken worries or unresolved stress. When you simply allow this area to soften, the body releases layers of holding you didn't know you carried. The breath deepens. The emotional landscape inside you becomes calmer. The scan moves through the hips and lower back, places that store long-term stress. These areas often stiffen from the weight of responsibilities, fear, or unexpressed emotions. As you rest your awareness here, the muscles begin to unclench. The body recognizes that it is finally safe to let go. Your attention drifts slowly down the legs, thighs, knees, calves, each part loosening as the awareness settles. The legs feel supported, grounded, heavy in the most peaceful way. Finally, the attention reaches the feet, releasing the last bits of tension stored from the day's movement. Throughout this practice, nothing is forced, nothing is rushed. You are simply connecting with yourself, allowing the body to guide you toward calm. The Stoics believed that wisdom includes listening to the signals of the body. When the body softens, the mind gains clarity. When the body feels grounded, the emotions settle. By the end of the body scan, the entire being feels aligned. Mind, breath, heart, and physical self all resting together. This harmony creates a deep, stable calm that prepares you for the next stage of the journey, where the night invites you into an even deeper sense of inner stillness. There is a deeper ease that begins to take shape once the body is finally heard. After moving through each part of yourself with awareness and patience, something inside loosens that has been tight for years. Not the muscles this time, something quieter, something internal. The pressure to perform, the pressure to impress, the pressure to meet every expectation, spoken or unspoken. With the body softened and the mind calmer, you begin to feel the weight of this pressure more clearly and the possibility of releasing it. This is where the next step rises with quiet strength. The nothing to prove mantra is not about giving up. It is about setting down the invisible demands you have carried for so long. Most people spend their lives trying to justify their worth through work, through achievements, through strength, through perfection, through endurance. They measure themselves by standards they didn't choose and chase validation that never lasts. This constant striving creates tension in the mind and exhaustion in the heart. But when you arrive at this stage of the journey, You are ready to see something different. Your worth was never something you had to earn. This mantra begins by acknowledging a truth you may rarely give yourself permission to feel. You don't need to prove your value to anyone tonight. Not to the world, not to the past, not to the expectations in your mind. You do not have to be extraordinary. You do not have to be unbreakable. You do not have to be perfect. You only need to be here, present, breathing enough. When you repeat this mantra, even silently, something inside shifts. Nothing to prove is not just a phrase, it is a release. A release from comparison, a release from perfectionism, a release from the fear of being judged. It is a reminder that the world is not keeping score the way your mind sometimes thinks it is. It is a reminder that you are allowed to rest without earning it. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that a person's value is inherent, not conditional. They taught that true freedom comes when you stop seeking approval from forces outside your control. Recognition, praise, acceptance, these are unstable foundations. They shift, they disappear, they change with the mood of others. But inner worth, the worth that lives in you simply because you exist, is steady. It is not something that can be taken or granted. It simply is. As you rest with this mantra, the body responds in subtle ways. The shoulders fall into a deeper softness. The chest opens, no longer tightened by pressure. The breath becomes fuller, as if a weight has lifted from the diaphragm. The stomach loosens. The jaw unclenches. These physical changes reveal how deeply the belief, "I'm not enough," has been held. When you speak nothing to prove, even quietly, the body understands it as permission to finally let that belief go. This mantra also calms the emotional world. The fear of judgment loses its sharpness. The need to be impressive becomes irrelevant. The old stories of inadequacy lose their authority. You stop performing for an invisible audience. You stop measuring yourself against imagined standards. Instead, you meet yourself with honesty and compassion. You begin to feel what it's like to simply exist. There is a unique peace that comes from this. A peace that does not depend on accomplishment or performance. A peace that rises from being aligned with your true nature rather than your fears. When you breathe with the words "nothing to prove," you create space inside your mind. Space where pressure dissolves and authenticity grows. This mantra becomes especially powerful when thoughts of inadequacy appear. Thoughts that say, "You should be farther ahead. You should be stronger. You should be more." Each time these thoughts surface, the mantra meets them with truth. You have nothing to prove. Not tonight. Not in this moment. Not for your worth. Not for rest. As this understanding deepens, the mind stops gripping old insecurities. The heart becomes lighter. The nervous system shifts into a safer, calmer state. You start to feel yourself returning to your own center, no longer pulled by the expectations of others or the demands of your inner critic. In this state, the night becomes softer. The body becomes heavier in a peaceful way. The breath becomes warm and steady, and the mind, freed from the pressure of proving anything, drifts toward a deeper stillness, ready for the next phase of your inner journey into rest and clarity. There is a quiet clarity that follows the release of proving yourself. Once the pressure to meet every expectation fades, something deeper becomes available. An inner openness that feels calm, steady, and stripped of noise. With no performance to uphold and no image to maintain, the mind becomes more honest with itself. It no longer hides behind tension or rush, And in this honesty, a new kind of reflection becomes possible. One that doesn't spiral, doesn't judge, doesn't tear you apart. This is the ground where the next step forms, gentle and deep. The still water reflection is a way of seeing yourself without distortion. Most days, the mind feels like a storm, waves crashing, emotions swirling, thoughts stirring the surface until nothing is clear. In this state, everything looks bigger, sharper, more overwhelming. But when the water inside you settles, even slightly, it becomes possible to see things as they truly are. Calm water reflects truth. Turbulent water reflects fear. This practice is about letting your inner waters become still enough to reveal what lies beneath, without exaggeration, without fear, without storytelling. It's a reflection rooted in softness, not scrutiny. Most people believe reflection means digging, analyzing, or correcting themselves, but deep reflection is the opposite. It's stepping back, becoming quiet, allowing clarity to rise on its own. It's trusting that truth does not need to be forced. The reflection begins with the simple act of slowing your awareness. You bring attention to the quiet places inside you, the spaces untouched by stress, untouched by fear, untouched by the demands of the day. These spaces always exist, though they are often drowned out by noise. As the mind grows calmer from the previous practices, these quiet spaces become easier to find. You feel them like gentle pauses in your awareness. When the waters inside begin to settle, the mind naturally becomes more observant. Thoughts that once felt chaotic now appear like gentle ripples instead of crashing waves. Emotions that once felt overwhelming soften into manageable sensations. The heart becomes less reactive. The inner world becomes clear enough for honest reflection. In this stillness, you begin to see yourself without the harsh filters you usually carry. You see your effort. You see your intention. You see your resilience. You see the pain you've endured quietly. You see the small victories you never celebrated. You see your humanity, not as a flaw, but as a truth. This kind of reflection nurtures rather than wounds. The Stoics valued this state deeply. They believed that wisdom comes not from emotional turmoil, but from calm observation. They taught that a steady mind sees more clearly than an anxious one. When your inner water is still, your thoughts lose their dramatization. Your fears lose their exaggeration. Your stories lose their distortion. What remains is clarity, simple, gentle clarity. This reflection also brings peace to the emotional world. Emotions stop feeling like things you must fight. They become signals rather than threats. You begin to understand them rather than fear them. Sadness becomes a message, not a flaw. Stress becomes a sign, not a failure. Hope becomes softer, more grounded. Everything gains context. As the still water reflection deepens, you may notice truths arising within you. Truths about what you want, what you need, what you are tired of, what you are ready for. These truths appear naturally, without force. They rise the way reflections appear on still water, effortlessly and clearly. You don't chase answers, you allow them to reach you. There is also a profound sense of acceptance that grows from this clarity. You stop fighting the parts of yourself you once judged. You stop replaying mistakes. You stop predicting failure. Instead, you see your inner world with compassion. You recognize that you are trying, learning, evolving, and surviving all at once. This understanding softens the entire being. The reflection ends not with conclusions, but with calm, a calm that feels clean, stable, and deeply grounding. The inner water stays still, the mind rests, the heart settles, the body feels anchored, and in this gentle stillness, you become ready to move into the next phase of the journey, where rest grows deeper and the night embraces you with even more peace. There is a particular softness that emerges once you've seen yourself clearly in that still water state. A softness that comes from understanding, from gentleness, from seeing your truth without fear. And in that softened space, another realization slowly rises. A realization many people spend their whole lives avoiding. Nothing you feel right now is permanent. Not the tension, not the worry, not the heaviness, not even the quiet. Everything moves, everything shifts, everything eventually passes. And this truth, instead of frightening you, begins to feel like comfort. This is where the next stage unfolds, steady, tender, and deeply reassuring. The impermanence reassurance is not about dismissing your feelings. It is about releasing the belief that they will last forever. Most people struggle with their emotions because they forget this simple truth. Everything changes. A wave of fear feels eternal while you're inside it. A moment of sadness feels like it might swallow your entire future. A stressful thought convinces you it will never stop echoing. But no human emotion has ever stayed unchanged. They rise, they peak, they fall, and they transform. This reassurance begins with acknowledging that your inner world, like nature, has seasons. Some moments feel heavy like winter. Some feel fast like autumn winds. Some feel bright and warm like spring. Some feel heavy and humid like late summer. But none of these seasons stay. The mind's turmoil only becomes unbearable when you mistake a moment for a life sentence. The Stoics understood this deeply. They taught that suffering becomes heavier when you believe it is permanent, and lighter when you accept its changing nature. They reminded themselves daily that everything, every emotion, every challenge, every situation is temporary. Not to discourage themselves, but to remember that peace will return, clarity will return, strength will return. Impermanence is the foundation of resilience. To step into this reassurance, you begin by observing the subtle shifts within you. A thought that felt sharp becomes dull after a while. A worry that held your attention loses its grip. A tension in the body begins to ease. These small shifts are proof of movement, proof that nothing stays frozen inside you. As you notice these changes, the mind starts to loosen its fear. When an emotion rises, you no longer brace yourself as if it will stay forever. You allow it. You breathe through it. You give it space. You trust that movement will come, the same way waves naturally return to calm. This understanding also changes your relationship with discomfort. You stop trying to push it away instantly. You stop panicking when it rises. You stop assuming it means something is wrong with you. You begin to see discomfort as something passing through you, not something rooted inside you. This alone reduces its intensity. The body responds to this reassurance as well. Muscles relax because they no longer believe they need to guard against forever. The breath becomes smoother, no longer tightened by urgency. The heart slows into a more even rhythm. The nervous system shifts into a safer state because the mind is no longer predicting endless threat. There is also a quiet freedom that comes from accepting impermanence. Life stops feeling like a collection of permanent outcomes. It becomes a flow, moving, shifting, evolving. You begin to trust yourself more because you no longer fear being trapped in any emotional state. You realize that just as joy passes, so does pain. Just as stress appears, it also dissolves. Just as nights feel heavy, mornings often arrive lighter. Impermanence does not minimize what you feel, it gives your feelings room to breathe. It reminds you that it's okay to experience waves, because waves are not prisons. They are movements of the inner world, and movements are natural. As this truth settles into your awareness, you begin to feel a deeper calm. A calm rooted not in denial, but in understanding. Your worries loosen, your fears soften. Your emotions become less intimidating. You begin to trust the rhythm of your own inner tides. And in this gentle trust, you become ready for the next step, a deeper surrender into rest, supported by the knowledge that whatever rises within you tonight will soften, shift, and eventually pass. There is a quiet confidence that forms once you accept the impermanence of your inner world. The fear that emotions will trap you begins to fade. The pressure to solve everything right now loosens. You start to trust the natural rhythm of your mind, knowing each wave will eventually smooth itself out. And in this calmer state, you become ready for something many people avoid. Looking gently at your day with honesty, without judgment, without fear. This is where the next step takes shape, steady and clear. The evening inventory is not a harsh review of your actions. It is not a list of failures or a tally of mistakes. It is a soft reflection that helps you understand the day you just lived, what supported you, what drained you, what taught you something, what needs to be released. Most people go to sleep carrying the noise of the day without ever processing it. Their mind becomes heavy because they never pause to sort through what actually matters. This practice gives you that pause. The inventory begins with stillness. You allow your breath to steady, your thoughts to settle, your body to rest. You create an inner space where reflection feels safe instead of overwhelming. In this space, you review your day like a calm observer, not a critic. You witness the events of the day with clarity rather than emotional charge. This distance allows the truth to rise gently. The first part of this reflection involves acknowledging what went well. Not grand victories, small movements, a moment of courage, a thoughtful choice, a kind word, a task completed, a boundary held. These moments often get buried beneath the louder parts of your day. Bringing them into awareness strengthens your sense of progress and stability. The Stoics believed that recognizing your efforts builds self-respect, the foundation of inner peace. Next, you acknowledge what was difficult, not to dwell on it, but to witness it clearly. The tension you carried, the conversations that felt heavy, the moments where you felt misunderstood, rushed, or overwhelmed. These difficulties deserve recognition because they affect your inner world. When you see them with honesty, not denial, not exaggeration, you stop carrying them unconsciously. You give them a place, and by doing so, you free yourself from their hidden weight. Then comes a subtle but vital part of the inventory, noticing how you responded to life today. You reflect gently on your reactions, not to judge them, but to understand them. What triggered your stress? What quieted it? What did you avoid? What did you handle with strength? This understanding empowers you. When you see your patterns clearly, you gain the ability to shift them with kindness, not force. The evening inventory also allows you to forgive yourself for the things you struggled with. Maybe you were tired. Maybe you were overwhelmed. Maybe you carried more pressure than anyone knew. Forgiveness softens the harsh inner voice and reminds you that you are human, learning, adjusting, growing. This forgiveness clears emotional clutter before sleep, protecting your mind from unnecessary turmoil. Another part of the inventory is recognizing what belongs to tomorrow and what does not. Some worries can be set aside because they have no place in the night. Some tasks can wait. Some concerns are not for you to solve alone. When you separate these with clarity, the mind feels lighter. You stop dragging unfinished business into your rest. As you continue this reflection, the day begins to settle inside you in a more organized way. You see what mattered, what didn't, what deserves attention later, and what needs to be released now. This clarity eases the nervous system, making rest deeper and more restorative. The Stoics practiced a form of this every night, believing that reflection turns experience into wisdom. Without reflection, days blur together. With reflection, they teach you, they shape you, they guide you toward a life lived with intention rather than reaction. By the end of the evening inventory, the mind feels sorted instead of scattered. The emotional fog lifts, the heart feels steadier. You become anchored in truth rather than overwhelmed by the noise of the day, and from this grounded, clear state, you are ready to move into the next layer of night, one that invites even deeper surrender and peace. There is a noticeable grounding that appears once the day has been sorted through. When you've acknowledged what mattered, released what doesn't belong to the night, and allowed the truth of your experience to settle, the mind becomes clearer, lighter, steadier. But even with clarity, the mind can still wander. Old thoughts pull at you. Future worries try to slip back in. Small echoes stir. This is natural, and it signals that you're ready for the next step, a return to the single place life is ever truly happening, right here. The present moment anchor is not a command to stop thinking. It is not a demand for perfect focus. It is a gentle reminder that the mind cannot rest anywhere except the present. Most suffering comes from drifting into moments that aren't here. Old hurts, imagined futures, unfinished conversations. The present moment, on the other hand, is steady, quiet, safe, simple. But the mind often forgets this place because it spends most of its time solving, predicting, remembering, guarding. This practice guides you back with softness, not force. It begins with awareness of the senses, because the senses live only in the now. You do not need to search for anything dramatic. You simply notice what is already happening, the breath moving in and out, the subtle weight of your body, the air resting against your skin, the quiet around you. These sensations ground you without effort. They pull your attention out of wandering thoughts and back into your actual experience. This anchor works because the present moment is always kinder than the stories your mind constructs. Even on a difficult day, the now is still manageable. The breath is steady, the room is calm, the body is safe. The world outside is quiet. Nothing is demanding anything from you in this moment. The mind learns to rest when it realizes this. The Stoics practiced this constantly. They believed that the present moment is the only place where peace can exist, because it is the only place where life is real. They trained themselves to return to what was directly in front of them, rather than drifting into what-ifs. They understood that fear lives in the future, regret lives in the past, but calm lives in the now. As you settle into this anchor, the mind begins to feel less pulled by wandering thoughts. You start to notice the difference between a thought and the moment you're actually living in. A thought might say, "What if tomorrow goes wrong?" while your present reality is simply a quiet room and a slow breath. This contrast creates clarity. It helps the mind stop chasing mental shadows. The body responds too. When you rest in the present, the body stops preparing for imaginary danger. The muscles stop tensing. the heartbeat steadies. The breath becomes smoother without you trying to control it. This is because the nervous system responds to what your attention focuses on. When your attention is in the past or future, the body braces. When your attention is here, the body releases. The present moment anchor also gives your emotions space to breathe. When you're fully in the moment, emotions lose their urgency. They don't disappear, but they stop overwhelming you. They become sensations instead of storms. A tightness in the chest becomes just tightness, not a narrative. A heavy feeling becomes simply heaviness, not a prediction. You learn to experience your emotions without spiraling into them. As the anchor deepens, the mind becomes quieter, not empty, just quieter. Thoughts may still come, but they move through you instead of pulling you away. You no longer chase them. You no longer fight them. You simply return to the now again and again with patience and gentleness. Each return strengthens your sense of stability. This anchoring also builds trust. Trust in your ability to ground yourself. Trust in your own awareness. Trust that you can return to calm even when your thoughts try to wander. It teaches you that peace is not a distant goal, but a place you can visit in any breath. In this steady presence, the night feels safer. The mind feels more aligned. The body feels more supported. And as you remain anchored here, the inner world becomes ready to sink even deeper into stillness, moving toward the next stage of rest and inner peace. There is a deeper settling that unfolds once you anchor yourself in the present. When your awareness rests gently in the now, the mind stops drifting so far into the places that create fear. But even in the quiet, a familiar pull can still appear, the pull of tomorrow. The plans, the expectations, the uncertainties, the responsibilities waiting on the other side of sleep. The mind often reaches ahead, trying to prepare, trying to control, trying to predict. This pull is subtle, but it keeps countless people awake long after their body is ready to rest. And that is why the next step is essential. The let go of tomorrow meditation is the soft separation between the night and the morning. It teaches the mind that rest does not depend on solving the future. It frees you from the belief that you must perfect everything before you sleep. Most stress at night comes from trying to live tomorrow before it arrives. This meditation creates a boundary, clear, compassionate, firm, between what belongs to this moment and what belongs to the next day. It begins with acknowledging that tomorrow is not here, not even 1 second of it. The mind may try to build it, imagine it, rehearse it, fear it. But all of that is happening only in thought, not reality. When you bring awareness to this truth, tomorrow begins to loosen its grip. The mind realizes it has been holding a weight that does not yet exist. Next, you gently recognize the thoughts that try to drag you into the future. The planning thoughts, the anxious thoughts, the what-if thoughts, the unfinished to-do list, the responsibility that waits, the decision you haven't made. Each of these thoughts rises from a place of wanting control, but control cannot exist in a moment that hasn't arrived. Instead of wrestling with these thoughts, you meet them with softness. You acknowledge their presence the same way you would acknowledge a visitor at your door. You don't invite them in, but you don't slam the door either. You simply say, "Not now." And the mind, hearing this, begins to shift into a calmer rhythm. The Stoics understood this state well. They believed that suffering is amplified when the mind wanders beyond its sphere of control. Tomorrow belongs to the future self. Tonight belongs to the present self. Mixing the two creates anxiety. Separating them creates peace. They practiced releasing the future each evening, trusting that their morning mind would be stronger, clearer, more rested, and therefore better equipped to face what comes. This meditation is also an act of trust. Trust that you have done enough for today. Trust that tomorrow will unfold with or without your late-night effort. Trust that rest does not make you weaker, it makes you better prepared. Trust that clarity comes from a restored mind, not from worrying through the night. To deepen the release, you can visualize tomorrow as something placed gently outside your inner space, set down with care, not discarded. You're not avoiding your responsibilities. You're simply recognizing that they do not belong in this moment. They will be waiting when the sun rises, but they do not get to follow you into sleep. As this separation strengthens, the body begins to relax more deeply. The chest opens, the jaw softens, the breath becomes long and steady, the heart slows into a peaceful rhythm. This physical response is a sign that the nervous system feels safe, safe enough to shift into true rest, safe enough to let go of vigilance, safe enough to trust the night. The emotional world softens too. Anticipation loses its sharpness. Fear of the unknown becomes smaller. Pressure lifts. The mind stops rehearsing imaginary outcomes and settles into the simple truth of the moment. You are here, breathing, safe. What makes this meditation so powerful is that it doesn't deny the existence of tomorrow. It simply puts tomorrow where it belongs. You don't abandon your responsibilities. You free yourself from carrying them at a time when you can do nothing about them. As you settle deeper into this practice, you begin to feel a gentle emptiness, not loneliness, but spaciousness. A lightness in the mind, a quiet in the heart, a steadiness in the breath. This is the space the night has been waiting to give you, the space where deep rest becomes possible. And in this space, you become ready for the next layer of inner surrender, drifting closer to the peaceful stillness that leads into restorative sleep. There is a growing openness that forms once you release the weight of tomorrow. When the mind no longer reaches ahead, the present moment becomes softer, quieter, more spacious. And in that space, something warm begins to rise, not from thought, not from logic, but from the center of your being, a gentle heat, a subtle comfort, a kind of inner glow that has been waiting beneath all the noise, all the tension, all the pressure. With the future set aside, this warmth finally has room to expand. This is where the next step unfolds, slow and comforting. The inner warmth expansion is not about forcing positivity or pretending life is perfect. It is about awakening the natural sense of safety and softness that the body is capable of generating when it feels protected. Most people spend their days in survival mode, tight shoulders, guarded breath, high alertness, emotional bracing. This keeps the body cold on the inside, not literally, but energetically. Warmth can't spread in a tense system. But now, after everything you've already released, there is finally space for warmth to rise. This practice begins with awareness of the center of your chest, not to judge it, not to analyze it, but simply to feel. The chest, the heart area, is where emotional warmth lives. It's where comfort settles when the body feels safe. It's where softness spreads when the mind is calm. You notice the space there gently, with no expectation, just attention. With each breath, a subtle warmth begins to form, sometimes barely noticeable at first, like the faint glow of an ember. This warmth is not created by thinking warm thoughts. It rises naturally when the nervous system shifts into a restful state. The mind is no longer preparing for danger. The heart is no longer guarded. The breath is no longer tight. Warmth fills the space these defenses once occupied. As this warmth grows, it begins to spread outward. It moves across the chest, relaxing places that once held pressure. It flows down the torso, releasing hidden tension in the stomach and belly. It spreads into the shoulders, loosening muscles that have been bracing for years. The warmth does not rush. It expands slowly, gently, like light spreading across a quiet landscape. The Stoics understood this feeling in their own way. They spoke of the inner fire, the spark of life, strength, and clarity that exists deep within every human. They believed that when the mind is aligned with truth and rest, this inner fire glows brighter. It gives courage. It gives calm. It creates a stable sense of being rooted in yourself. The warmth you feel now is a modern expression of that ancient idea. As the warmth continues expanding, it reaches the arms and hands. Fingers soften. The palms feel heavier, more peaceful. The upper body feels held by the breath. Then the warmth moves down the spine, easing long-held stiffness, smoothing out places that once clenched in silence. It drifts into the hips, where so much emotional residue hides, and gently unravels it. Your legs receive this warmth next, thighs, knees, calves, each area softening as if the body is finally allowed to rest without resistance. The feet grow warm and heavy, grounding you in deep comfort. The entire body begins to feel less like a collection of tense parts and more like one unified field of softness. This warmth is not only physical, it brings emotional ease. It soothes the heart from the inside. It reassures the mind without a single word. It reminds your entire being that rest is safe, that calm is possible, that you can soften without losing your strength. As the warmth expands, thoughts lose their urgency. Emotions lose their sharp edges. The breath becomes full and smooth. The nervous system moves into its deepest restorative state, a state where healing becomes natural, where sleep becomes closer, where peace becomes your default rather than an exception. The inner warmth also builds self-connection. It makes you feel at home within your own body. It brings comfort that no external source can provide. It tells you, in a way beyond language, that you are supported from within. As this warmth settles throughout your entire being, the mind drifts into a quieter, more peaceful rhythm. The body feels heavier in a soothing way. The heart feels safe. And with this gentle expansion complete, you become ready to move into the next layer of deep night surrender, carried by the quiet glow rising from within. There is a deeper softness that begins to unfold once the inner warmth spreads through your body. When that gentle heat fills your chest, your hands, your spine, your breath, it does more than relax you. It loosens emotional knots that have been tied so tightly they became part of your inner landscape. Warmth makes tension honest. It reveals the places inside you that have been holding on, sometimes for years, sometimes for a lifetime. And in this softened, open state, you finally have enough safety to untangle what once felt impossible to face. This is where the next step begins, slow, careful, and deeply healing. The emotional unknotting is not about forcing yourself to relive pain. It doesn't ask you to dive into past wounds or analyze old stories. Instead, it gives you a gentle way to loosen the emotional tightness buried in the body. Most people carry emotions physically: fear in the chest, stress in the stomach, sadness in the throat, anger in the jaw, guilt in the shoulders. These knots form because the body tries to protect you from feelings you weren't ready to process. But now, with warmth expanding and the mind calmer than before, the body finally feels safe enough to loosen its grip. This practice begins with noticing where the knots live, not with judgment, not with interpretation, just noticing. Perhaps a heaviness sits beneath your ribs. Perhaps a tightness lingers in your throat. Perhaps a weight rests at the center of your chest. These sensations are not weaknesses, they are signals. They show where your body has been holding emotional energy to help you survive. You bring your awareness gently to one of these areas, not to fix it, but to acknowledge it. Awareness alone is powerful. When an emotional knot is seen instead of avoided, it begins to soften. The body recognizes that it no longer needs to hold that tension as a shield. With each breath, you create space around the knot, not forcing it to release, simply allowing it to loosen at its own pace. The warmth you cultivated earlier supports this process, melting the edges of the tension, making it less sharp, less rigid. You might feel the knot shift slightly, or become warmer, or feel lighter. Even the smallest change is meaningful. The Stoics understood the body-mind connection deeply. They believed emotions become harmful only when they are misunderstood or resisted. Accepting them, feeling them without judgment, allows them to move through you instead of becoming trapped. Emotional knots form when feelings get stuck. Unknotting happens when those feelings finally have permission to move again. As you continue this practice, you may notice memories or thoughts rising, not to overwhelm you, but to explain the knot. You don't need to follow the memories or analyze the thoughts. Simply notice them, thank them for showing you the root of the tightness, and let them drift. You're not here to untangle stories, only the tension they left behind. The breath becomes your tool. Each inhale softens the knot from within. Each exhale releases a small strand of tension outward. Breath by breath, the knot loosens piece by piece. The emotional weight shifts, slowly, gently, quietly. Sometimes the release feels like a sigh, sometimes like a sudden lightness, sometimes like warmth spreading in all directions. Other times it's subtle, nothing more than a slight easing of pressure. Every form of release is valuable, every shift matters. As more knots loosen, emotional clarity emerges. You start to recognize how much energy you've spent holding feelings in your body. You feel the space that opens up as that tension dissolves. The space for deeper breaths, clearer thoughts, softer emotions. This space is healing. It makes rest easier. It makes sleep deeper. It makes peace possible. You may also notice compassion rising. Compassion for the version of yourself who had to hold these knots for so long. Compassion for the stress you carried silently. Compassion for the emotions you didn't have the safety to feel until now. This compassion itself is a form of release. It unknots the harshness you once directed inward. As the unknotting continues, the entire body feels softer, lighter, freer. The emotional weight that once sat beneath the surface begins to dissolve, leaving behind a quiet spaciousness. Your breath flows more easily. Your heart feels less guarded. Your mind becomes calmer, more open, more peaceful. In this gently unwound state, you become ready for the next descent into deep night healing, where rest goes beyond the body and begins soothing the deeper layers of your inner world. There is a tender quiet that appears once the emotional knots begin to loosen. When the body releases its guarded tension and the mind begins to breathe again, something deeper comes forward, something that has been waiting in the background of your life for a very long time. It's not loud. It doesn't force itself into your awareness. It rises gently, the way truth does when you're finally calm enough to hear it. It is the quiet need for forgiveness, not from others, but from yourself. This is where the next step unfolds, soft as breath. The self-forgiveness whisper is not dramatic. It is not an apology shouted into the universe. It is a gentle recognition of the truth beneath all your choices, mistakes, regrets, and survival patterns. You were doing the best you could with the tools you had, the pain you carried, the knowledge you possessed, and the circumstances you faced. Most people carry a silent weight of self-blame long after others have forgotten the moment they hold on to small errors, misunderstood conversations, moments of fear, missed chances, or times they felt they should have been stronger. These wounds hide beneath the surface, shaping the way you see yourself. But tonight, you finally have the softness needed to let them go. This practice begins with acknowledging your humanity, not the idealized version of you, not the harshly judged version, your real self. The self who tried, who learned, who stumbled, who survived. The self who pushed through days no one knew were difficult. The self who carried pressure quietly. The self who acted from fear or hope or confusion. The self who has grown since then. You speak gently to that version of you, not in words spoken out loud, but in a whisper inside your awareness. A whisper that says, "It's okay. I understand. I forgive you." These words may feel unfamiliar at first, because most people speak to themselves with criticism, not kindness. But forgiveness softens the mind in ways no other practice can. It dissolves the inner walls built through years of self-judgment. The Stoics understood the importance of this kind of inner gentleness. While they valued responsibility and growth, they also believed in reason. And reason shows that punishing yourself endlessly for past moments does nothing but prevent healing. They taught that guilt is meant to be a teacher, not a prison. Once you've learned, you're meant to let go. As you rest in this whisper of forgiveness, the body responds. The chest feels less heavy, the breath becomes smoother, the stomach untangles, the throat opens. These physical shifts show how deeply self-blame embeds itself into your muscles and breath, and how powerful forgiveness is in releasing it. Self-forgiveness is not about erasing the past. It is about releasing the belief that you should have known better at a time when you couldn't have. It is about recognizing that emotional wounds shape behaviors, that fear influences choices, that confusion clouds judgment. Forgiveness is the act of meeting your past self with compassion instead of condemnation. You can whisper forgiveness to specific moments if they surface, quietly, softly, without detail or analysis. A moment where you said too little, a moment where you said too much, a choice you regret, a chance you missed, a time you reacted from fear, a time you didn't stand up for yourself, a time you hurt someone unintentionally, a time you hurt yourself. Each whisper is a release, but you can also direct the forgiveness toward your entire being. A soft acknowledgement that says, "You carried more than anyone realized. You held on longer than you should have. You kept going even when you were hurting. And I forgive you for the ways you coped, the ways you tried, the ways you struggled." As this whisper deepens, the emotional landscape within you begins to shift. The harsh inner voice quiets. The old narratives lose their grip. Shame softens. Regret dissolves into acceptance. You begin to feel lighter, not because your past changed, but because the weight of blaming yourself finally lifts. Forgiveness creates spaciousness. It creates peace. It creates a soft inner glow that replaces years of hidden tension. It reconnects you with a sense of innocence you thought you lost. And in this soft, forgiving state, the night becomes even more soothing, preparing you for the next layer of rest, where healing deepens and the heart feels free enough to drift into true peace. There is a gentle stability that emerges once self-forgiveness enters the heart. When the harshness fades and the inner critic softens, something steady begins to take shape beneath the quiet, a sense of grounding, a sense of rhythm, a sense that life becomes calmer when it's held by small, dependable moments. This is where the next step rises, not dramatic, not overwhelming, but steady, like a soft pulse beneath everything you do. The serenity of routine is not about rigid schedules or strict habits. It is about the quiet comfort that comes from having simple, predictable rituals that support your well-being. Most people underestimate how much the mind craves rhythm, not repetition for the sake of productivity, but consistency for the sake of peace. The nervous system relaxes when it knows what to expect. The heart settles when it recognizes a pattern of care. Even the smallest routine, done gently and mindfully, can create a sense of safety inside you. This serenity begins with acknowledging how chaotic life can feel when every day unfolds without any anchor points. Tasks blend together. Stress builds faster. The mind feels pulled in too many directions. But when even one small ritual repeats, it becomes a signal to the body. You are safe now. A morning moment of quiet. A slow stretch before bed. A cup of tea at the same time each evening. A few minutes of stillness before sleep. These small rituals have the power to shape the emotional landscape of your entire day. The Stoics understood the power of routine deeply. They built their lives around simple practices that brought order to their inner world. Morning reflection, evening review, daily moments of gratitude or intention. They knew that the mind becomes stronger when it moves through life with gentle patterns instead of chaos. Routine to them was not restriction. It was the foundation for calm. The serenity of routine grows from choosing rituals that soothe rather than overwhelm. These are not tasks to accomplish. They are moments of peace to return to. Moments that remind your mind and body of stability. Even something as small as brushing your teeth slowly, lighting a soft lamp, or taking 3 intentional breaths can become a grounding ritual when done with presence. This practice also teaches the mind to trust itself. When you create a routine that nurtures you, you begin to feel supported, not by chance, not by other people, but by your own actions. You become the source of your own calm. This self-created stability builds confidence and inner safety. You no longer drift through your days feeling unanchored. You have touch points that guide you back to yourself. As the serenity of routine deepens, your evenings especially become smoother. The body knows what comes next. The mind knows when to slow down. The heart knows when to open. You no longer transition into night with tension or unpredictability. The rhythm you create gently escorts you toward rest. This serenity also shows you that you don't need grand transformations to feel better. You don't need to overhaul your life. You don't need perfect discipline. Even one consistent moment of care can shift everything. The power is not in the complexity of the routine, but in the presence you bring to it. Over time, these rituals shape your inner world. They create softness where chaos once lived. They give structure to your emotional landscape. They serve as reminders that peace is something you practice, not something you wait for. And because the routines are simple and gentle, they stay with you even on difficult days. As you settle into this understanding, you may feel a subtle sense of groundedness spreading through the body. The breath steadies, The heart settles. The mind feels less scattered. Routine becomes not a list of tasks, but a gentle rhythm your body has been craving. A rhythm that carries you, supports you, restores you. And in this steady rhythm, the night becomes even more welcoming, preparing you for the next layer of deep inner calm that waits just ahead. There is a quiet fullness that begins to form once routine brings rhythm back into your life. When your evenings feel held by gentle patterns and your mind begins to trust the flow of your own care, something unexpected rises in the space that opens a sense of completeness, not loud, not triumphant, but steady, a softness that whispers that maybe, just for this moment, you are not lacking anything. Maybe nothing needs to be fixed. Maybe nothing is missing. And this is where the next step begins, calm and whole. The nothing missing meditation is not about denying your goals or pretending your life is perfect. It is about stepping out of the constant cycle of reaching, comparing, and searching. Most people live with an inner feeling of not enough progress, not enough success, not enough peace, not enough love. This quiet ache follows them everywhere. But tonight, after everything you've already released, the mind is finally soft enough to hear a different truth. This practice begins with settling into the present moment and recognizing that in this exact breath, you have everything you need to be at peace. Not everything you need for the future, not everything you need for your dreams. Everything you need right now. Often, the mind confuses long-term desires with immediate needs and creates unnecessary tension. But the truth of this moment is simpler. You are breathing, you are safe, and you are here. You let this truth settle into your awareness like a warm blanket. You notice the quiet around you, the steadiness of your breath, the softness in your body. These are signs that nothing urgent is demanded of you right now. The world is not asking for action. The moment is not asking for improvement. This breath does not require you to be anything more than what you are. The Stoics understood this state deeply. They spoke of completeness, not as perfection, but as wholeness. They believed that every moment, stripped of expectation and fear, carries its own form of sufficiency, that peace comes not from achieving everything, but from recognizing what is already present. This meditation brings that wisdom into your body. As you rest with the idea that nothing is missing, subtle shifts begin. The mind stops scanning for problems to solve. The heart stops reaching for things outside this moment. The body relaxes into a deeper stillness. A gentle sense of enoughness begins to spread, like the warm glow of a candle in a dark room. You start to notice the completeness inside you, the strength you've built, the lessons you've learned, the resilience you carry, the compassion you're growing. You begin to sense that you are not empty. You are layered, shaped, formed by every experience you have survived. Nothing about you is lacking in this moment. This meditation also softens the grip of comparison. The mind no longer measures you against people you've never met or standards you never agreed to. For a few precious minutes, you step out of the race entirely. You stand in stillness, whole and unhurried. As the truth of nothing missing sinks deeper, gratitude rises naturally, not forced, not listed, but felt. Gratitude for your breath, gratitude for your ability to feel, gratitude for the quiet you've created, gratitude for the self who is still here, still trying, still growing. This fullness brings emotional ease. The fear of falling behind fades. The pressure to prove anything lifts. The sense of chasing dissolves. You no longer feel like you need to reach outside yourself for peace. You recognize that peace can rise from within when you stop searching for reasons to feel inadequate. You might even notice a sense of contentment, a rare and gentle feeling that says, "This moment is enough." It doesn't mean your dreams disappear or your goals fade. It means you're no longer living from a place of emptiness. You're living from a place of sufficiency. You're building from fullness instead of lack. And as this fullness settles through your body, the breath becomes deeper, the heart becomes softer, the mind becomes quiet in the best possible way. You feel held, you feel grounded, you feel complete in this moment, exactly as you are. In this state, the night opens even wider, ready to guide you into the next level of deep rest and inner peace. There is a deeper steadiness that emerges once you settle into the sense that nothing is missing in this moment. When the heart stops reaching and the mind stops grasping, a new awareness begins to rise, quiet, spacious, and clear. It's the kind of awareness that isn't tangled in emotion or pulled by old stories. It simply watches, it simply notices, it simply is. And in this softened state, you become ready for the next step, the shift into the quiet observer. The quiet observer practice is about stepping into the part of you that sees without reacting. Most people live inside their thoughts, swept up in every worry, every memory, every sensation. They become the storm rather than the sky above it. But there is a place within you that has never been overwhelmed, never been broken, never been lost. A place that watches everything with calm clarity. This practice reconnects you with that inner vantage point. It begins by noticing the movement of your mind without trying to change anything. Thoughts rise, thoughts fall, emotions swell, emotions fade, sensations appear and dissolve. Instead of getting pulled into each one, you watch them as if they are gentle movements happening in another room. You feel them, but you are not inside them. This separation is not cold, it is freeing. You don't force the mind to be still. You don't demand silence. You simply shift your identity from the thinker to the observer. The thinker gets caught in loops. The observer does not. The thinker reacts. The observer watches. The thinker feels overwhelmed. The observer remains steady. The Stoics understood this difference deeply. They believed the mind had two layers, the part that experiences life and the part that interprets it. Peace, they taught, comes from living in the deeper layer, the one untouched by momentary reactions. The quiet observer is that deeper layer. It is the calm beneath every thought. It is the part of you that remains stable even when your emotions change shape. As you settle into this practice, you may notice your thoughts slowing down, not because you stop them, but because the observer doesn't feed them. When you stop climbing into every thought, they lose their urgency. They become clouds drifting across the sky rather than storms swallowing the horizon. The same happens with emotions. You can feel sadness without drowning in it. You can feel stress without being consumed. You can feel fear without losing your grounding. The observer allows space between you and your feelings, a space filled with clarity, kindness, and calm. This practice also brings freedom from self-criticism. When the observer watches the inner dialogue, judgment loses its power. You begin to see harsh thoughts as mental habits, not absolute truths. You notice the way your mind exaggerates, dramatizes, or predicts things that never come to pass. And because you are witnessing it from a place of stability, you don't get carried away by those distortions. Over time, the quiet observer becomes your default resting place. When stress rises, You don't merge with it. You watch it come and go. When old thoughts appear, you don't spiral. You quietly notice and let them pass. When uncertainty shows up, you don't collapse into fear. You watch the mind create stories and allow them to dissolve. This practice also strengthens your inner resilience. When you become the observer, nothing inside you feels dangerous. Thoughts are movements, not threats. Emotions are energies, not identities. Sensations are signals, not judgments. You stop fearing your inner world. You start understanding it. As the observer strengthens, the entire body relaxes. The breath becomes smoother. The chest feels more open. The heart becomes calmer. The mind feels supported by a presence within you that is patient, gentle, and unmoved by the passing waves of experience. This inner stance prepares you for deep rest, not because your thoughts have disappeared, but because you are no longer wrestling with them. You are watching them with the same calm attention you would offer to distant waves on a quiet shore. In this steady awareness, the night deepens, the mind softens, the inner world becomes clear and quiet, leading you toward the next layer of stillness waiting ahead. There is a deeper quiet that settles in once you begin living from the observer rather than the storms passing through your mind. When your awareness becomes spacious and steady, the night feels different, softer, wider, more welcoming. And in this calm, you begin to sense the next transition, moving from waking thought into the realm of dreams, not as an escape, not as a chaotic plunge into the unconscious, but as a gentle continuation of the inner peace you've been building. This is where the next step begins. Slow, intentional, quietly powerful. The Stoic dream preparation is not about controlling your dreams. It is about preparing the mind to enter sleep in a way that supports peace, clarity, and inner strength. Most people fall asleep with their minds tangled in anxiety, replaying worries, reliving the day, rehearsing conversations, or fearing the future. This chaotic entry into sleep often creates restless dreams, shallow rest, or nights filled with mental noise. But when you guide your mind with intention before drifting off, your dreams transform. They become softer, calmer, and aligned with healing rather than tension. This practice begins by acknowledging that the boundary between waking and dreaming is delicate. What you carry into sleep often shapes the landscape of your inner night. The Stoics knew this and used evening reflection not only to understand the day, but to clear the mind so dreams could unfold without being pulled into unnecessary turmoil. They believed that preparation for sleep was as important as preparation for waking life. The first part of this preparation is to settle into a calm expectation of rest, not forcing sleep, not worrying about it, simply creating a readiness for peaceful transition. You let your body sink deeper into comfort. You allow your breath to lengthen. You bring your awareness to the softness that already surrounds you. This signals to your nervous system that the day is truly ending and the night is safe. The next part is choosing the emotional tone you want to carry into your dreams. Not a story, not a fantasy, just a feeling. Maybe softness, maybe gratitude, maybe lightness, maybe peace. The feeling doesn't need to be strong, it only needs to be chosen. This chosen tone becomes the backdrop of your inner night, influencing the quality of your rest and the way your mind processes the events of the day. You might gently whisper to yourself internally, "Let the night restore me. Let my mind rest in peace. Let sleep be soft and healing." These whispers aren't commands, they are invitations. The mind responds differently when spoken to gently. The Stoics often brought one simple truth into their sleep.
I have done what I can. The rest is not mine right now.
This truth dissolves pressure. It loosens the grip of unfinished tasks. It allows the mind to release what does not belong in the night. When you bring this truth into your dream preparation, you create a clean, emotional space for rest to unfold. As you do this, your thoughts begin to slow to a quiet drift. The observer you cultivated earlier remains awake just long enough to guide you towards stillness. Instead of falling into sleep abruptly, you glide into it with awareness and intention. The body sinks deeper, the breath becomes warm, and the mind softens its edges. Another part of Stoic dream preparation is trust. Trust in the process of rest. Trust in the intelligence of your subconscious. Trust that sleep will bring clarity where wakefulness brings confusion. You do not need to solve your life before closing your eyes. You only need to allow the night to hold you. As this trust deepens, your emotional world eases into a tranquil rhythm. The sense of inner safety you've built through each step rises like a quiet support beneath you. The body shifts closer to sleep. The mind drifts. The heart relaxes. You prepare not just to sleep, but to rest deeply, to let the night restore what the day has worn down. This preparation turns sleep into a continuation of your meditation, not an interruption, but a descent into deeper layers of calm. And from this gentle threshold, you move closer to the next phase of inner surrender, where rest becomes nourishment and dreams become an extension of peace. There is a deeper surrender that begins to form once you prepare your mind for dreams. When you release the need to control the night and trust the quiet unfolding of rest, a rare kind of acceptance rises inside you, soft, grounding, and profoundly human. It's the sense that life moves in rhythms much larger than your worries, that some things unfold in their own time, no matter how tightly you hold the reins. And in this soft understanding, the next step appears like a gentle tide, steady and inevitable. The peaceful inevitability reflection is the practice of recognizing that life's movements don't depend on your constant effort. Most people carry a private tension, a belief that everything rests on their shoulders, that outcomes must be pushed, that timing must be controlled, that the future hangs entirely on their vigilance. This creates a heaviness that never lets the mind fully rest. But tonight, you have softened enough to meet a different truth. Many things in life happen without force. They unfold whether you worry or not. They move whether you push or not. There is a natural flow to your existence that doesn't require constant intervention. This reflection begins with acknowledging that certain moments in your life, perhaps the most important ones, happened without you planning them. People arrived when you didn't expect them. Opportunities appeared without warning. Lessons found you even when you resisted them. Healing began on days you didn't chase it. These moments were inevitable, not because fate forced them, but because life has its own quiet intelligence. As you let this awareness settle, the body relaxes deeper. The mind stops gripping the future. The heart releases its tight hold on specific outcomes. You begin to feel carried rather than burdened, as if something steady, something ancient, something vast has been accompanying you all along, even when you felt alone. The Stoics understood this deeply. They believed that peace comes from aligning with the natural order of life, not fighting what you cannot change, not gripping what is meant to move, not fearing what is already unfolding. They taught that some events are outside your control, not as a punishment, but as protection. The world is too large to be held in your hands, and this truth, instead of being frightening, becomes comforting in the quiet of night. The peaceful inevitability reflection invites you to release the illusion that constant effort is required for things to fall into place. You begin to trust the natural timing of your own journey. When something is not ready, no amount of force will bring it forward. When something is ready, it often arrives effortlessly. This understanding loosens the anxiety tied to progress, relationships, healing, and the future. In this reflection, you may recall small moments in your day that unfolded on their own. Conversations that resolved without you pushing, emotions that softened without analysis, tension that eased without effort. These small pieces of evidence show you that life moves even when you are still. You don't carry the universe, you participate in it. As this truth settles deeper, your breath grows easier. There is no rush, no pressure, no hidden urgency. The mind stops searching for what might go wrong and begins to rest in what simply is. You start to trust that you will meet each moment with the strength and clarity needed when the moment arrives, not before. This reflection also reduces fear of the unknown. When you accept that life unfolds with or without your constant vigilance, uncertainty becomes less threatening. You no longer need every answer tonight. You no longer need prediction to feel safe. You no longer need control to feel secure. You rest knowing that tomorrow will meet you at its own pace. The peaceful inevitability reflection gives you permission to stop fighting the flow, to stop bracing for imagined futures, to stop rehearsing outcomes, to stop gripping every detail with white-knuckled fear. It teaches you that peace does not come from managing everything. It comes from trusting that not everything needs managing. As this trust deepens, you may feel a soft wave of relief move through the body, a quiet surrender, not of your power, but of unnecessary pressure. The night becomes less of a place to fear the future and more of a place to rest in the present. In this gentle acceptance, you become ready for the next layer of inner stillness, where rest moves beyond effort and becomes something effortless, inevitable, and deeply peaceful. There is a deeper quiet that forms once you begin trusting the natural rhythm of life. When you release the belief that you must control every outcome, the mind softens in a way that feels almost ancient, as if returning to an inner wisdom you had forgotten. In that softness, a new kind of comfort becomes available. Not comfort from the outside world, but comfort rising from within you, warm and steady. This is where the next step unfolds. Slow, glowing, and deeply soothing. The inner fireplace visualization is about creating a space of warmth inside your mind, a place your nervous system can retreat to when the world feels too cold, too loud, too demanding. It is a sanctuary made not of walls or rules, but of warmth, steady, glowing, alive. Most people go through their lives without an inner refuge. They rely on the outer world for safety and peace, forgetting they can build both within themselves. Tonight, you begin building that inner refuge. This practice starts with settling into the natural warmth you've already created through previous steps. There is a softness in your chest, a looseness in your breath, a gentleness in your awareness. You let this warmth gather in one place, somewhere within your torso, wherever it feels natural. You do not search for the right spot. You simply notice where the warmth wants to rest. As your attention rests on this warmth, it begins to take on a more defined quality. It feels like a small glow, steady and alive, like the first ember of a fire, a quiet, concentrated heat. You don't need to force it to grow. You simply stay with it. Warmth naturally expands when given room. With each slow breath, this inner ember becomes brighter, not physically, but emotionally. It grows into a small flame, steady, calm, unwavering. A flame that does not flicker from fear or expectation. A flame that represents your inner strength, your resilience, your quiet capacity to hold yourself. The Stoics often spoke of the inner fire, the part of the human spirit that stays steady regardless of circumstance. They believed this inner flame was the source of courage, clarity, and self-sufficiency. Tonight, you connect with that same ancient idea, not through philosophy, but through felt experience. As the flame grows, the warmth spreads through the chest, into the shoulders, down the arms, and across the torso. It moves like a calm wave, comforting and grounding. You begin to feel held by yourself, supported not by external sources, but by an inner warmth that has been waiting beneath layers of stress and noise. The flame expands into a larger fireplace, a space of steady, glowing light within your inner world. This fireplace becomes a container of warmth, a symbol of safety. The crackling glow represents your ability to endure without hardening, to soften without breaking, to surrender without losing yourself. As you rest with this visualization, the warmth begins to melt tension you didn't realize you were still holding. The breath becomes fuller. The nervous system sets down its last defenses. The mind relaxes into the glow. You may feel a sense of emotional comfort, like being wrapped in a blanket you didn't know you needed. This warmth doesn't numb you, it reassures you. It doesn't distract you, it holds you. The fireplace becomes a place where anxiety cannot take root easily, where fear loses its edge, where old memories feel less sharp, where the mind can finally rest without hypervigilance. You feel the glow in your ribs, your spine, your belly. Every breath fans the gentle flame, deepening the sense of inner safety. This visualization also creates a lasting refuge. Even after this meditation ends, you will be able to return to this fireplace during moments of stress or loneliness. It becomes an internal anchor, a warm, steady place that belongs only to you. No one can disturb it. No one can darken it. It is your inner home. As the fireplace glows steadily within you, the night becomes even more soothing. The body feels heavier, not from exhaustion, but from contentment. The breath feels warmer, as if infused with comfort. The mind feels quieter, illuminated by a gentle inner flame, rather than overwhelmed by darkness. In this warm inner haven, you become ready to move into the next layer of deep peace, guided by the glow you created, held by warmth that radiates from your own inner strength. There is a profound shift that happens once the inner fireplace is glowing steadily within you. When warmth rises from inside instead of coming from the world around you, a deeper sense of safety becomes possible, one that untangles the last threads of tension the mind tries to hold on to. And in this cocoon of warmth, the next truth quietly emerges. It takes courage to rest, not because rest is difficult, but because the world has taught you to fear stillness. This is where the next step unfolds, strong, soft, and deeply human. The courage to rest meditation is about giving yourself permission to stop. Truly stop. Not pause while worrying. Not lie down while replaying the day. Not breathe while planning tomorrow. But stop in the purest sense. Release effort. Release pressure. Release vigilance. Most people don't even realize how tightly they grip their own lives, even in sleep. The body lies down, but the mind stays on guard. It prepares, anticipates, analyzes, protects. That vigilance is not weakness, it's survival. But you are safe now, and rest requires courage because it asks you to trust that safety. This practice begins with acknowledging the quiet resistance inside you, the part that feels uneasy about slowing down completely. You don't judge this resistance. You don't force it away. You simply notice it. This noticing is powerful because resistance softens when it is met with awareness instead of force. You recognize that part of you still believes it must stay alert to keep you safe, even though the room is quiet and your body is warm. You gently breathe into that resistance. Warm breath, soft breath. You invite it to loosen its grip, one thread at a time. You whisper to yourself internally, "You can rest now. You are allowed to stop. You are safe enough to let go." These words are not commands. They are permission slips. Your heart hears them. Your nervous system hears them. The warmth from your inner fireplace reaches toward them. The Stoics understood rest not as laziness, but as wisdom. They believed the mind needs restoration the same way the body does, that strength comes from cycles of effort and recovery. They taught that constant striving clouds judgment, exhausts reason, and distorts perception. To them, rest was not optional. It was essential, an expression of courage, balance, and self-respect. As you settle deeper into this meditation, your awareness shifts from effort to surrender. The body becomes heavier, supported by the space beneath you. The breath becomes slower, deeper, unfurling with ease. You stop holding yourself upright emotionally. You stop bracing for tomorrow. You stop replaying today. You step into the quiet truth that nothing is required of you in this moment. The courage to rest also invites you to release identities that come from doing, being productive, being strong, being busy, being available. For a few moments, you become simply a human being, not a human doing. And in this simplicity, there is immense relief. You do not need to earn your rest. You do not need to justify it. You do not need to prove your exhaustion. You are allowed to rest because you exist. As the warmth spreads deeper, your heart begins to trust the stillness. The mind starts to unlearn the idea that rest is dangerous. The body begins to unwind patterns of vigilance. You may feel the arms grow heavy, the legs surrender to gravity, the chest expand more freely. This heaviness is not fatigue, it is release. It is the body letting go of the job of holding everything together. You might notice a soft ache beneath the relaxation, an ache that comes from finally feeling how long you've been carrying tension, responsibility, or fear. This ache is not a problem. It is truth leaving the body. It is the residue of over-effort dissolving. You breathe through it gently, and the ache softens, replaced by deeper warmth. As the meditation continues, a profound peace begins to rise. Not because everything in your life is solved, but because you allow yourself to rest in spite of what remains unsolved. That is courage. That is strength. That is the foundation of true inner resilience. In this courage-filled stillness, the night opens fully. Your body sinks into comfort. Your breath becomes the slow rhythm of surrender. Your mind drifts toward deeper layers of calm. And from this place, you are ready for the next step of the journey, moving closer to the most restful, peaceful depths of the night. There is a special kind of clarity that rises once you find the courage to rest. When the body finally lets go when the mind stops gripping, when the heart loosens its armor, you begin to touch something deeper, something steady, guiding, and quietly powerful. It's the part of you that knows who you are beneath the noise, beneath the pressure, beneath the roles you play. And in this peaceful openness, the next step unfolds with a grounded calm, returning to your values. The values recentering is not about building new expectations for yourself. It's not about setting goals or judging your past. It is a gentle alignment with the principles that matter to you, not the ones the world told you to follow, not the ones you adopted out of fear, but the ones that root you in your own truth. Most people drift through life pulled by obligations, comparison, old habits, and external validation. But beneath all of that, your values remain like steady anchors. Tonight, in this quiet softness, you return to them. This practice begins by recognizing that when life becomes overwhelming, it's often because you've been pulled away from what truly matters. You give your energy to things that drain you. You chase things that don't align with your heart. You hold yourself to standards that don't reflect your truth. Recentering brings you back, not with force, but with awareness. You start by connecting with the part of you that feels the most authentic, the part that emerges when you are calm, rested, and unguarded. You let your breath settle. You let your mind soften. In this softened state, you ask yourself quietly, what truly matters to me? Not what should matter, not what others expect. What matters to you? You don't force an answer. You don't analyze. You simply allow gentle truths to rise. Sometimes it's kindness, sometimes integrity, sometimes peace, sometimes honesty, sometimes simplicity, sometimes courage, sometimes compassion, sometimes growth. Your values don't need to be impressive. They simply need to be real. The Stoics believed that a person's values were the compass that directed their entire life, not circumstances, not fear, not desire. They taught that returning to your core principles helps you navigate challenges, avoid needless suffering, and live with inner coherence. When you act from your values, you feel grounded. When you abandon them, stress grows. Recentering, then, is a return to stability. As your values rise into your awareness, you begin to feel a sense of alignment. Something inside clicks gently into place. There is no pressure to act on these values right now. Tonight is about remembering them, not performing them. You are simply reconnecting with the truths that make you feel like yourself. This recentering also quiets insecurity. When you know what matters to you, comparison loses its power. You stop measuring yourself against paths that were never meant for you. You release the pressure to live someone else's definition of success. You come back to your own path, steady, intentional, uniquely yours. You may begin to notice how these values already appear in your life, even on hard days. The moments you showed kindness, the times you stayed honest, the patience you practiced, the compassion you offered, the boundaries you tried to hold, the effort you made, even when tired. These small choices show you that your values are not distant ideals. They are already present within you. As this awareness deepens, the body relaxes further. The chest feels more open. The breath feels more meaningful. The heart feels steady. Recentering reconnects you with the part of yourself that moves through life with purpose instead of reaction. It reminds you that even when life feels chaotic, there is a deeper order inside you. This process also brings peace to unfinished chapters of your life. When you measure your days through the lens of your values rather than external achievements, you see that you haven't been lost. You've been learning. You haven't been stagnant. You've been growing in ways that don't always announce themselves. The quiet progress becomes visible. As the recentering completes itself, you feel grounded in a way that is both calming and empowering. You rest not just as a tired mind, but as a person returning to their foundation. Your values become the quiet hum beneath your breath, the gentle structure beneath your peace. And in this aligned, centered state, the night opens into its deepest layer of rest, preparing you for the unfolding stillness that awaits in the next steps of your journey. There is a deeper grounding that settles in once you return to your values. When you reconnect with what truly matters, the mind feels less scattered, the heart feels less conflicted, and a quiet sense of direction forms beneath the surface. With that direction comes ease, and with that ease comes the readiness for one of the most simple, ancient, and powerful tools for calming the nervous system: the breath. This is where the next step begins, soft, rhythmic, and deeply stabilizing. The gentle breathing count is not about controlling your breath. It is not about perfection or discipline. It is about creating a steady rhythm that your mind can rest inside. Like a small boat settling into calm water, most people rush through their breaths without awareness. The breath becomes shallow, tight, hurried, mirroring the mental noise inside. But when you slow the breath, even slightly, the entire inner world responds. The body softens, the mind steadies, the emotional waves quiet. This counting practice gives your mind something simple and soothing to follow. It begins with noticing your natural breath, the soft rise, the gentle fall. You do not try to change anything at first. You simply witness the rhythm you already carry. This witnessing alone brings calm. Your breath has been with you through every moment of your life. Tonight, it becomes your anchor. Once your awareness settles, you introduce a gentle count. Not loud, not forced. A quiet, internal whisper that follows the breath the way waves follow the shore. You inhale to the count of 1. Exhale to the count of 1. Slow, unhurried, natural. Your breath knows what to do. You simply keep it company. After a few rounds, you let the count extend. Inhale to 1, 2. Exhale to 1, 2. The numbers are not a rule. They are a rhythm, a comfort, a small structure that gives your mind something steady to rest against. The Stoics often used counting as a tool for calming the intellect and grounding attention. They understood that when the mind is anchored to something simple, it stops drifting into fear or memory. As the breathing count deepens, you may feel the breath moving lower in your body, into the stomach, into the lower ribs, into the quiet center beneath your diaphragm. This shift is natural. When the mind relaxes, the breath drops. When the breath drops, the nervous system enters its deepest rest mode. You don't need to force it. Your body knows the path. You can extend the count if it feels right. Inhale, 1, 2, 3. Exhale, 1, 2, 3. Keep the counting gentle, like you're speaking to yourself with kindness. If the numbers ever feel tight or unnatural, shorten them. The point is not length. The point is softness. As the counting continues, something subtle begins to happen. The breath becomes smoother. The edges of your thoughts blur. The mind stops gripping. The body grows heavier in a peaceful way. Your awareness folds inward, away from the outside world, and into your inner landscape of calm. This breathing count also gives your mind a break from problem solving. When you count, there is no space for replaying old conversations, predicting outcomes, or judging yourself. The mind can't wander far while it is following the breath. It becomes quiet because it has something simple and rhythmic to hold. You may notice a sense of safety growing inside you. Each counted breath reassures your system that the moment is stable, that nothing is required of you, that you are allowed to drift deeper. The breath becomes like a lullaby, not sung through sound, but through steady movement. As you continue counting, your emotional world settles as well. Feelings loosen their grip. Worries become softer. The body feels supported by the rhythm you are creating. This practice is not only calming, it is regulating. It brings your entire inner world into harmony. Eventually, the counting becomes so natural that it begins to fade on its own. The numbers grow softer. The breath guides itself. This fading is part of the process. It means your mind has shifted from effort into ease, from awareness into surrender, from wakefulness into the first gentle waves of sleep. By the time the gentle breathing count completes its quiet work, you are resting in a deep calm, grounded, softened, and ready to move even closer to the stillness, waiting in the next step of your night journey. There is a deeper honesty that rises once your breath settles into its steady rhythm. When counting fades and the mind releases its need for control, you're left with something pure, your awareness resting quietly in the present. And in this quiet awareness, a truth surfaces that many people avoid, but every peaceful night ultimately brings. The day is over. Not in defeat, not in regret, but in humility. A gentle bow to the limits of your energy, your influence, and your humanity. This is where the next step unfolds, soft and grounding. The humility of day's end is the practice of accepting that your role in today's story is complete. You did what you could. You showed up in the ways you knew how. You navigated conversations, responsibilities, emotions, and tasks with the knowledge and strength you had in each moment. And now, the day is no longer yours to shape. Most people struggle with this transition. They cling to unfinished work, replay conversations, or criticize themselves for what they should have done. But humility offers a much gentler path, releasing the belief that the day needed to be perfect. This practice begins with acknowledging the truth that the day is finished. You do not rewrite it. You do not fight it. You do not stretch it farther than it was meant to go. You simply bow internally to the natural ending of this cycle. There is humility in recognizing that you are not meant to carry today into the night, that you don't have to grip the hours once they've passed. The Stoics spoke often of this humility. They understood that human beings are limited in energy, time, and perspective. They believed that peace comes not from doing everything, but from accepting what was done and releasing what wasn't. They treated each day as a chapter that deserved closure, not endless rewriting. And in this closure, they found calm. As you settle into this practice, you reflect with softness, not judgment. You acknowledge moments you handled well, small victories hidden between ordinary tasks. You acknowledge moments you struggled, without condemnation, simply as part of being human. This balanced awareness allows the heart to soften. It frees you from the harshness of perfectionism. The humility of day's end also invites you to release ownership over outcomes. You did your part. The rest is beyond your control. Whether events unfold as you hoped is not determined tonight. Whether people understand your intentions is not in your hands right now. Whether everything aligns tomorrow is not something you can influence in this moment. This surrender is not passive. It is wise. It protects your peace. As you accept the limits of the day, tension lifts from the shoulders. The chest releases the tightness of responsibility. The stomach untangles from the knots of self-pressure. The body responds immediately when the mind stops believing it must carry the entire world into sleep. You begin to feel lighter, not because the day changed, but because you let it end. Humility also nurtures gratitude. When you let go of the need to have done everything, you begin to appreciate the simple act of having lived through another day, imperfectly, courageously, honestly. You recognize the strength it took to move through tasks, conversations, emotions, and challenges. You see that simply enduring is sometimes its own quiet triumph. In this practice, you whisper to your inner self, "The day is finished. I release what is no longer mine. I have nothing left to prove tonight." These whispers are not dramatic. They are truth, and truth brings relief. As the humility of day's end deepens, the mind becomes quieter, the heart becomes more spacious, the breath becomes more grounded. You accept that rest is not a privilege reserved for perfect days. It is a necessity that honors your humanity. And from this gentle acceptance, the night feels even more soothing. You are no longer wrestling with the past, no longer reaching into the future. You are simply here, present, humbled, and ready for the next layer of surrender, waiting in the unfolding quiet of the night. There is an unmistakable softness that settles in once you acknowledge the day is truly over. When you release the need to perfect it, redo it, or carry it with you, your mind opens into a kind of spaciousness that rarely appears during waking hours. A spaciousness free of pressure, free of tasks, free of identity. And in that quiet emptiness, the next step emerges. A step many people fear in daylight, but long for at night. The experience of peaceful nothingness. The peaceful nothingness practice is not about emptiness in a cold or lonely sense. It is not about erasing yourself or dissolving your identity. It is about resting in the rare space where nothing is required of you. No role to play, no problem to solve, no story to maintain, no emotion to fix. Most people spend their entire lives surrounded by expectations, internal, external, imagined, inherited. This practice offers the opposite, the freedom of simply existing without needing to become anything. It begins with allowing silence to settle without trying to fill it. The mind is often uncomfortable with blank space. It wants to occupy it with thoughts, memories, planning, commentary. But tonight, you choose to rest in the space between everything. You let the silence breathe. You let yourself breathe within it. You become aware of the gentle quiet around you, not analyzing it, not describing it, just noticing it. The room is still. Your body is soft. Your breath floats gently in and out. Nothing pushes, nothing pulls. This is the foundation of peaceful nothingness. The Stoics understood this place well. They believed that a mind free from disturbance returns to its natural state, a calm openness untouched by fear or desire. They taught that peace is not something added to the mind, but something revealed when unnecessary noise falls away. In this practice, you allow the noise to fall away, not with force, simply by not feeding it. As you settle into this space, the mind may try to rise with thoughts. You don't resist them. You don't follow them. You let them drift across your awareness like faint echoes. They lose strength because you offer no reaction. The mind learns that it does not need to fill the space. It can rest inside it. This practice invites you to feel what it's like to simply be. Not be productive, not be improving, not be healing, not be analyzing. Just be pure existence, pure presence, pure stillness. In this stillness, the mind loosens its grip on identity. You feel the deeper part of yourself, the part that exists beneath thought, beneath emotion, beneath expectation. This part of you is quiet, eternal, untouched by the noise of daily life. Peaceful nothingness also dissolves the urgency that often keeps the mind awake. When you allow yourself to float in this empty space, the body's tension releases. The breath becomes soft, effortless. The nervous system drops into its deepest rest. There is nothing to prepare for, nothing to defend against, nothing to manage. The emptiness is not hollow, it is safe. You may begin to feel a spaciousness inside your awareness, like an open room with no clutter. A place where mental noise cannot cling. A place where emotions pass through gently instead of crashing into you. A place where the self feels light, unburdened. As this space expands, you begin to sense a quiet truth. Nothingness is not the absence of meaning. It is the absence of pressure. It is a cocoon of silence where your inner world can settle without interruption. It is the inner pause that life rarely allows. And within that pause, your mind finds a rest deeper than sleep alone can give. In this peaceful nothingness, you may feel the boundaries of your awareness soften. You are not disappearing. You are loosening. You are not fading. You are resting. You are not losing yourself. You are returning to the part of you that exists beneath all the noise. As you rest here, the night becomes almost weightless. Thought becomes soft. Emotion becomes gentle. The breath becomes slow and quiet. You drift in the calm of pure being, no longer needing to hold on to anything. And from this place of spacious stillness, you become ready to move into the next layer of inner peace, where rest deepens and the night carries you even closer to complete surrender. There is an even deeper spaciousness that opens once you settle into peaceful nothingness. When the mind stops trying to fill the silence and the heart rests without reaching, you discover a rare clarity, an inner stillness untouched by the noise of daily life, and in that stillness, the next step reveals itself like a quiet horizon, learning to lovingly detach from what does not belong to this moment, not in coldness, not in avoidance, but in wisdom. This is where the next practice begins, clear, gentle, and freeing. The Stoic detachment visualization is not about pushing people away or shutting down your emotions. It is about loosening the grip of things that do not need to be held right now. The Stoics taught that the mind becomes tangled when it tries to control what is outside its influence, other people's opinions, the unpredictability of life, the outcomes we fear, the expectations we carry. Detachment, in their philosophy, is not withdrawal, it is clarity. It is the ability to see what is yours to carry and what is not. This practice begins with imagining your inner world as a wide, open space, not a busy room, not a crowded landscape. A quiet inner field where thoughts and concerns appear like objects placed in front of you. You do not engage with them, you do not judge them, you simply notice what is taking up space inside you. You might see the expectations of others, heavy, loud, demanding. You might see worries about the future, floating and shifting like restless shapes. You might see memories or past moments, lingering, even though they are long gone. You might see fears that feel familiar, even when they no longer serve you. You let these forms appear naturally, without digging. Whatever rises is what your mind has been holding too tightly. Once these shapes appear, you take a slow breath and create a little more distance between you and them. Not to reject them, simply to see them clearly. The Stoics believed that perspective is where peace begins. When you see your worries from a step away, you realize they are not as large as they seemed. When you view your fears from a distance, they lose some of their weight. When you observe expectations instead of absorbing them, they stop defining you. In this visualization, you extend your arm gently and place all these shapes, your worries, responsibilities, expectations, stories, onto a small platform or open tray in front of you. Not to discard them, not to judge them, but to acknowledge, these are here, but they are not me. They do not define who I am at my core. You breathe slowly as you watch these objects sit there, separate from your essence. The breath creates space. The space creates clarity. You see that these worries live in your mind, but they are not your identity. They can be set down without losing anything important. Then, with your next breath, you allow the visualization to expand. The tray or platform holding your burdens begins to drift slightly away from you, still visible, still safe, but no longer pressed against your heart. You are not losing anything. You are simply releasing the grip. You are watching life from a steadier place, the place inside you that remains calm regardless of emotion. The Stoics often reminded themselves, you are not what happens to you. You are how you choose to meet it. Detachment is choosing to meet your inner world with clarity rather than entanglement. As your worries shift farther into the space before you, something subtle happens. Your breath deepens, your shoulders lower, your chest expands. There is room inside you again, room for rest, room for calm, room for peace. You notice that by releasing the tight hold, nothing important is lost. The things that matter will return tomorrow when your mind is rested. The things that don't matter will fade naturally. This is the wisdom behind detachment, not cutting ties, but relieving pressure. As the visualization continues, the emotional charge tied to these inner objects softens. They no longer cling to you. They no longer whisper fearfully in your ear. They simply exist, outside of you, waiting quietly. You can return to them in the morning if you choose. But tonight, they do not get to follow you into sleep. You feel the difference inside your body. Lightness replacing heaviness, openness replacing constriction. The mind feels clearer. The heart feels less burdened. The breath feels easier. In this gentle detachment, you reclaim your inner stillness. You return to the part of you that is unshaken. And from this grounded place, the night invites you even deeper, guiding you toward the next layer of peace, waiting further along your journey. There is a growing steadiness that settles in once you gently detach from what no longer needs to sit inside your chest. When you place your worries at a distance and breathe without gripping them, you feel a deeper clarity rising, a calmness that doesn't deny your emotions, but finally has the space to understand them. And in that clarity, the next truth reveals itself. Your emotions are not permanent structures. They are weather, moving, shifting, passing. This is where the next step unfolds, soft, observant, and deeply grounding. The emotional weather meditation teaches you to witness your inner feelings the way you would observe the sky, as changing conditions, not fixed realities. Most people mistake their temporary emotions for personal truths. When sadness rises, they believe they are sadness. When worry appears, they believe they are worry. When irritation or fear surfaces, it feels like an identity instead of a moment. But when you see your emotions as weather, patterns that come and go, you stop clinging to them and stop fighting them. You simply notice, breathe, and wait for the shift. This practice begins with turning your awareness inward, not to analyze your emotions, but to identify today's weather. What is the emotional climate inside you right now? Maybe there is a low hum of anxiety, like a thin layer of fog. Maybe there is calm, like a clear sky. Maybe there is heaviness, like rain clouds drifting slowly across the heart. Maybe there is tension, like distant thunder. Maybe there is peace, like dawn light. You do not judge the weather. You simply name it gently. Naming creates distance. Distance creates clarity. Clarity creates peace. The Stoics understood this separation well. They believed that emotions are natural responses to life, not proofs of weakness or fate. They taught that emotional suffering intensifies when you fuse with the feeling, when you believe the weather will never change. But when you observe it with perspective, the storm loses its size. You regain your ability to respond rather than react. As you settle into this practice, imagine your emotional landscape as a sky stretching wide within you. The feelings you notice are simply clouds passing through that sky. Some clouds are heavy, some are light, some move quickly, some linger longer. But none of them are the sky itself. The sky is the deeper part of you, the spacious awareness you touched earlier. It holds everything without being defined by anything. You take a slow breath and watch the weather inside you shift slightly, because emotions always shift when observed with gentleness. The fog begins to thin, the clouds drift, the heaviness softens, the brightness expands. Even if the shift is small, it is real. Watching the movement reminds you that you are not stuck. Nothing inside you lasts forever. The next part of this meditation is acceptance. You let the emotional weather be what it is. You don't try to force sunshine. You don't shame yourself for rain. You don't rush the wind. You simply allow your inner sky to hold whatever weather is present. Acceptance removes resistance, and resistance is often the true source of emotional suffering. As you breathe, you might feel a sense of compassion rising. Compassion for the part of you experiencing whatever weather is passing through. You recognize that emotions are not problems, they are messages. They tell you when something matters, when something hurts, when something needs care. They are not enemies. They are signals. And when allowed to be felt, they move. The body responds to this understanding. Your chest loosens. Your shoulders relax. The breath becomes smoother. The stomach softens. Emotional weather presses less heavily on the body when the mind stops treating it as a threat. The nervous system shifts from guarding to releasing. As the practice deepens, you may notice that the emotional weather gradually transforms. Sadness becomes softness. Anxiety becomes alertness without fear. Frustration becomes energy. And calmness becomes deeper calmness. But the goal is not to change the weather. The goal is to recognize that you are the sky, not the storm. This recognition creates profound inner safety. No matter what arises, you can meet it with presence. No matter what emotion moves through you, you remain whole. No matter what the weather brings, you are larger than it. As this truth settles within you, the inner world becomes wide and quiet. The emotional storms pass gently. The calm expands.
And from this spacious awareness, you are ready for the next step of the night's journey toward even deeper rest and peace.
There is a deeper wisdom that begins to rise once you understand your emotions as passing weather rather than fixed truths. When you stop fearing the storms within you and start observing them with clarity, a new kind of strength emerges. Quiet, steady, rooted in reality rather than reaction. And from that strength comes the next realization. Much of your inner turmoil comes from trying to control things that were never yours to manage. This is where the next step begins, clear-eyed, humble, and deeply freeing. The calm through control reflection is not about gaining more control. It is about finding calm by releasing the illusion of control. Most people carry a constant background tension because they believe their peace depends on managing outcomes, how others behave, how the future unfolds, how life aligns with their expectations. This pressure builds silently. It pulls at your mind during the day and follows you into the night. But tonight, with your awareness sharpened and your emotions softened, you can finally see the truth. Control is limited, and recognizing those limits brings peace. This practice begins with a quiet inward question. What am I trying to control that is not mine to hold? You don't force an answer. You let it rise from the calm, not the mind's tension. It might be someone's opinion of you. It might be an uncertain outcome. It might be the pace of your own healing. It might be tomorrow's tasks, or someone else's choices, or the past that cannot be undone. When the answer comes, even if it's just a feeling rather than a clear thought, you acknowledge it gently, not with guilt, not with shame, with honesty. You recognize how tightly you've been gripping this thing, how much energy it has drained, how much fear it has created, how much unnecessary weight it has placed upon your chest. The Stoics understood this struggle intimately. They believed that confusion arises when the mind mixes what it can control with what it cannot. They taught that happiness and tranquility come from directing your energy toward what is yours, your actions, your mindset, your responses, and releasing the rest, not ignoring life, but honoring the boundaries of your power. As you settle deeper into this reflection, you begin to categorize what lives inside your sphere of control and what lives outside it. Without forcing, you recognize your effort is yours, your character is yours, your choices are yours, your integrity is yours, your breath is yours. Everything else is shared with the world, shaped by forces far bigger than one person. You take a slow breath and feel the clarity of this truth. The mind, sensing its real domain, relaxes. The heart, no longer trying to manage the impossible, softens. The body, relieved of its invisible labor, loosens. Next, you gently place the things outside your control at a distance, just as you did with earlier burdens. You do not abandon them entirely. You simply acknowledge that right now, in this moment, they cannot be shaped by your worry. They will unfold in their time, guided by life's larger rhythm. You release your grip, knowing this is not defeat, but wisdom. Then you shift your attention to what is yours in this moment, your breath, your stillness, your honesty, your values, your presence. Focusing your awareness here brings a grounded sense of calm. You are no longer spread thin, trying to hold the entire world together. You are centered in what is real and possible. As this reflection deepens, you may feel something inside you gently unclench. A knot you didn't realize you were holding begins to soften. A weight you didn't know you carried begins to lift. This shift is subtle but profound. the body recognizing that it no longer needs to brace for things outside its reach. The calm through control reflection also brings emotional relief. Anxiety quiets because it is no longer fed by impossible demands. Fear softens because it is no longer inflated by imagined outcomes. Guilt dissolves because you see clearly what was never yours to fix. You begin to feel smaller in the best possible way, not insignificant, but relieved. Relieved to realize you do not need to be the architect of every outcome. Relieved to know that peace is possible even without certainty. Relieved to rest in the gentle truth that life moves on its own and you are allowed to let it. As this understanding settles through your breath, your body, your awareness, a deep quiet fills your inner world. The heart beats slower. The mind loosens its last threads of tension. The night feels safer, softer, more spacious. And from this place of clarity and release, you are fully prepared to step into the next layer of rest, guided by calm, grounded in truth, and free from the weight of unnecessary control. There is a deeper openness that settles over you once you release the need to hold what was never yours to control. When the mind stops gripping outcomes and the heart stops wrestling with the impossible, a quiet spaciousness flows through your whole being. And in that spacious space, something soft begins to rise, a sense of movement without effort, of release without force, of calm that drifts rather than stands still. This is where the next step appears, like a whisper moving through darkness. The gentle night wind. The gentle night wind visualization is not about coldness or emptiness. It is about allowing the unconscious parts of your mind to loosen and drift the way leaves lift from a branch. Most people carry small fragments of tension long after the mind believes it has let go. Tiny tightness in the chest, faint echoes of worry in the stomach, small hums of restlessness beneath the ribs. These fragments are subtle, but they keep the body from dropping fully into deep rest. The night wind is the final softening, the last gentle sweep through your inner landscape before you sink deeper into stillness. This practice begins by sensing the air around you, not physically, but in your awareness. You notice the quiet, the stillness, the space your body rests within. Even without movement, the mind can feel the subtle presence of air surrounding it. You tune into that presence as though it has a soft current, a slow and quiet drift that matches the calm rising inside you. Then, with your next breath, you envision an invisible gentle breeze entering your awareness. Not strong, not dramatic, a whisper-soft wind that carries ease. It moves slowly, tenderly, brushing against the edges of your inner world. This wind is not here to sweep anything away violently. It is here to guide tension out of your body, the way the tide guides sand back into the sea. The Stoics knew the power of nature as a mirror for the inner world. They believed the mind becomes calm when it aligns with the natural flow of things: wind, water, tides, cycles. The night wind reflects this philosophy. It moves without effort. It releases without force. It teaches you that letting go can be gentle. As this breeze enters your inner landscape, it touches the places where small threads of tension still linger. Maybe the jaw still holds a little tightness. Maybe the shoulders feel a faint echo of the day. Maybe the stomach is carrying a subtle hum of alertness. Maybe the heart is holding a small weight of unspoken emotion. The night wind brushes over these areas softly, like a calming hand placed gently over the body. You feel the breeze pass through your chest, carrying out leftover strain. You feel it move across your shoulders, untangling the last threads of pressure. You feel it glide down your spine, smoothing out small pockets of tension. You feel it drift around your stomach, loosening what has been held too tightly. You feel it flow through your arms and legs, sweeping out restlessness. With every slow breath, the wind moves a little deeper into your being. It carries tension outward with ease, never rushed, never forceful. Whatever you no longer need begins to lift, the way dust rises from an untouched surface when a soft breeze passes by. As the visualization deepens, you may notice your breath becoming even slower. Your muscles soften in places you didn't realize were still holding on. Your thoughts become thinner, lighter, drifting like tiny particles in the wind. This is not dissociation. It is presence without resistance. The wind creates space inside you, space for rest to settle fully. You allow the breeze to move at its own pace. You trust its softness. You trust its rhythm. You trust that whatever lingers inside you will loosen naturally. The gentle night wind does not force release. It simply invites it, and the body responds because it finally feels safe enough to let go. As the wind moves through your inner world, a quiet calm spreads to the edges of your awareness. You feel emptiness in the peaceful sense, free, unburdened, wide. The mind no longer clings to anything sharp. The heart no longer holds anything heavy. The breath no longer carries any urgency. The breeze grows softer now, as if its work is almost done. It becomes a faint drift, a final whisper moving through the inner space, ensuring everything is clear enough for deep rest to unfold. And in that soft, drifting quiet, your inner world becomes ready for the next layer of night, a deeper stillness, a deeper peace, a deeper descent into restorative rest. There is a gentle clarity that arrives once the night wind drifts through your inner world. When the last small knots of tension loosen and your breath falls into a soft rhythm, something subtle begins to rise, a need for inner alignment. Not the kind that demands effort or perfection, but the kind that comes naturally when everything inside you finally has room to settle into its rightful place. It's an instinctive shift, like pebbles sinking to the bottom of a clear stream. And this is where the next step unfolds, quiet, structured, deeply steadying. The internal order reset is not about organizing your life or fixing your thoughts. It is about allowing your inner world to rearrange itself into harmony once tension, fear, and scattered energy have loosened their grip. All day long, your mind collects impressions, conversations, worries, emotions, plans, tasks, expectations. These pieces float around inside you, sometimes piling up in odd places, sometimes clinging to each other, sometimes creating inner clutter without your awareness. The reset is the quiet process of letting everything fall back into its natural place. This practice begins with sensing the spaciousness within you, the soft emptiness created by all the previous steps. You feel the openness in your chest, the stillness in your breath, the calm in your awareness. That openness becomes the container for what comes next. You invite your mind to release its scattered pieces, not by thinking about them, not by organizing them, but by trusting the body's natural ability to settle, like a snow globe that has finally stopped shaking. You feel a subtle downward shift inside you, as if your thoughts, emotions, and sensations are gently lowering into equilibrium. The Stoics believed the mind tends toward order when left undisturbed. They taught that clarity is the mind's natural state, and confusion is what happens when noise overwhelms it. Once the noise quiets,
the mind resets instinctively. This practice uses that truth. You do not force the reset. Your inner world knows how to restore itself. As you breathe slowly, you sense the pieces of your day finding their places. A conversation that lingered loses its emotional charge and settles into memory where it belongs. A worry that hovered begins to float downward, becoming smaller and less urgent. A moment of tension from earlier softens and folds into the background. A stray thought drifts to the edge of awareness and dissolves. Any leftover pressure lands gently on the ground and disappears. You are not sorting. You are not analyzing. You are allowing. With each breath, your inner space becomes more organized, more balanced. What once felt tangled begins to feel clear. What once felt crowded becomes spacious. What once felt overwhelming becomes manageable. This is the mind remembering how to reset its own order when given the chance. You may feel this as a subtle settling in the stomach, a gentle drop in the chest, or a quiet exhale that seems to release something you didn't realize you were still gripping. You may sense a comforting heaviness in the limbs, a grounded presence in the spine, or a soft clarity behind the eyes. These sensations are signs that your internal systems are aligning again. This reset also brings emotional balance. Feelings that felt exaggerated become more proportionate. Reactions that felt sharp soften. Confusion turns into calm understanding. The inner noise becomes background hum. The mind begins to function as a unified whole again, rather than a collection of fragmented parts. As the internal order resets, your awareness grows quieter, more spacious. Thoughts drift further apart. Emotions feel lighter. The body feels rooted. Your inner world becomes coherent, like a room where everything is finally where it belongs. You might sense a gentle hum of stability, a quiet internal structure that supports you without effort. You feel centered, collected, whole. This state does not demand anything from you. It simply holds you. It makes rest easier because nothing inside you is fighting for attention. It makes sleep deeper because your mind isn't carrying scattered pieces into the night. As the reset completes itself, you feel a deep inner alignment, a calm sense of order, soft and steady. And from this steady center, you become ready to drift into the next layer of your night journey, where rest grows even more restorative and the inner world becomes even more peaceful. There is a deeper clarity that forms once your inner world quietly reorganizes itself. When everything within you settles into its natural place, you begin to feel a kind of inner spaciousness, wide, clean, and open. Not empty in a hollow way, but empty in a peaceful way. A way that makes room for rest, for stillness, for ease. And in that gentle openness, the next step rises naturally, simplifying the mind, not by force, not by shutting anything out, but by allowing only what matters to remain. This is where the minimalist mind practice begins, light, uncluttered, deeply calming. The minimalist mind practice is not about suppressing thoughts or pretending your mind is blank. It is about reducing the clutter inside you to its essentials. Most people carry layers of unnecessary mental noise, random thoughts, old memories, background worries, half-finished ideas, subtle pressures. These layers create mental density. They make the mind feel crowded even when nothing dramatic is happening. But when you intentionally reduce the mind to its simplest state, rest becomes deeper. Thoughts lose their sharpness, and the entire nervous system relaxes. This practice begins with noticing the quiet that's already present. You've released burdens, softened emotions,
surrendered control, and let the day end. Your internal world is already calmer than it was hours ago. Now, your task is simply to honor that calm instead of filling it. You take a slow breath and picture your mind as a clean room, not a place to arrange, but a place to clear. You allow anything unnecessary to gently drift out of that room, not pushed, not forced, simply released. The mind doesn't need to hold everything at once. Tonight it gets to hold almost nothing. The Stoics understood the value of this simplicity. They believed that a calm mind is one that holds only what is essential. Excess thoughts, they taught, are like excessive possessions. They weigh the soul down. Removing them creates space for clarity, peace, and steady inner strength. In this practice, you follow that same wisdom. As you relax into this minimalist approach, you identify the few things that truly belong in your awareness right now. Not tasks, not pressures, not stories. Just a few simple anchors: your breath, your warmth, your peaceful awareness. Everything else becomes distant, like objects placed in another room. They still exist, but they no longer occupy your mental space. You may notice thoughts trying to re-enter, an unfinished task, a stray memory, a random image. Instead of entertaining them, you allow them to pass through as if they are wind moving across an open field. The field doesn't chase the wind, it simply lets it pass. Your mind does the same. With each breath, the mental clutter thins. The room grows quieter. The space grows wider. You feel a lightness in your forehead, a softness in your temples, a release in the space behind your eyes. These sensations tell you the mind is simplifying itself. As the inner room empties further, you begin to feel the deep relief that comes with mental spaciousness. The heartbeats feel slower. The chest feels open. The breath moves freely. There is no pressure to think, no obligation to solve, no need to plan. The mind becomes soft and minimalist, holding only what supports peace. This simplicity also brings emotional gentleness. When thoughts quiet down, emotions settle into softer, more natural rhythms. The inner world becomes like a calm landscape. No storms, no rush, no noise, just presence. Over time, this minimalist state begins to feel natural, as if your mind has been waiting for this space all day. You rest inside it easily. You drift through it effortlessly. You breathe into it as though it is your true home. And in this light, uncluttered awareness, you realize something important. Peace doesn't always come from adding more. More answers, more control, more analysis. Sometimes peace comes from less thought, less pressure, less noise, less weight. As the minimalist mind practice settles into place, you feel prepared for an even deeper layer of rest. A layer where the mind doesn't just slow down, it becomes quiet enough to carry you into the deepest part of the night's healing stillness. There is a tender stillness that forms once your mind becomes minimalist. Light, uncluttered, free of unnecessary noise. In this simplicity, a truth you've carried your whole life begins to surface. Not as a thought, but as a feeling. A truth that gets buried beneath expectations, comparisons, and the quiet pressure to constantly become more. Now, in this softened, spacious awareness, that truth finally has room to rise, and it arrives as the next step of your journey. Gentle, honest, and deeply soothing. The affirmation of enoughness. The enoughness affirmation is not an attempt to inflate your self-esteem or force confidence. It is a recognition of something far quieter and far more real. That what you are in this moment is enough. Your effort today was enough. Your presence is enough. Your existence is enough. not because you achieved perfection, not because you met every expectation, but because your worth has never been tied to any of those things. Most people spend their lives trying to earn their right to rest, to breathe, to be. This practice untangles you from that belief. It begins with settling into the softness inside your chest, the warmth you cultivated, the calm you built. You let your awareness rest gently there, in the most human part of you. Then you speak, not loudly, not forcefully, but as a whisper inside your awareness. I am enough right now. You let the words land without argument. The mind may try to dispute them, old memories may rise, critical thoughts may appear, but tonight you do not engage. You let the affirmation settle deeper than thought, into the body, into the breath, into the quiet space beneath your ribs. The Stoics believed deeply in intrinsic worth. They taught that a person's value is not earned through achievement or praise, but exists naturally through virtue, intention, effort, and the mere fact of being human. They saw the constant pursuit of validation as a trap that distracts from inner peace. Your worth is not on trial. It never was. You inhale softly and whisper again, I have done enough for today. These words give your nervous system permission to step back from perfectionism. The shoulders sink, the stomach loosens, the jaw releases. You stop bracing as if you must prove something before sleep. You stop holding yourself to impossible standards. You stop believing rest must be deserved. Then you breathe out slowly and let the deepest truth rise. I am allowed to rest. This affirmation releases the last thread of tension. So much of the stress people carry comes from the belief that they must earn peace through productivity or performance. But your right to rest comes from your humanity, not your accomplishments. As the affirmation repeats in your awareness, you begin to feel something warm gathering in your chest, a softness, a quiet acceptance, a sense of presence that doesn't need to strive. This feeling is not arrogance. It is the absence of self-punishment. It is the quiet dignity of being human without defense. You whisper again gently, I am enough. And this time, the body hears it. Not the mind, the body. You feel it in the warmth along your spine, in the looseness of your limbs, in the steady rhythm of your breath. You do not need to justify yourself. You do not need to be extraordinary to be worthy of peace. You do not need to earn your own compassion. The affirmation settles deeper. Nothing more is required of me tonight. These words dissolve leftover pressure like mist. They tell your inner critic it may rest. They tell your worried thoughts they may soften. They tell your heart it may ease into the night. As this affirmation takes root within you, a gentle peace expands. You are no longer striving. You are no longer comparing. You are no longer performing. You are simply being, and that is enough. In this state of quiet sufficiency, the night feels softer, safer, more welcoming. You've released pressure. You've released critique. You've reclaimed the truth of your own worth. And from this grounded place of enoughness, you are ready to move into the next layer of inner rest, where sleep approaches with gentleness and peace becomes the air you breathe. There is a deeper warmth that blooms once you accept your enoughness. When the pressure to become more dissolves and the mind rests without argument, something else rises from within. A presence you may have avoided, misunderstood, or tried to outrun. A quieter part of you, a softer part, a part shaped by pain, fear, mistakes, or old wounds. And now, in this calm, uncluttered inner landscape, You are finally safe enough to meet it. This is where the next step appears, tender, vulnerable, and profoundly healing, the Stoic shadow hug. The Stoic shadow hug is not about confronting your darkness or wrestling with your flaws. It is the opposite. It is an embrace, a gentle recognition of the parts of yourself you've judged, rejected, or hidden. These shadows are not enemies. They are pieces of you that formed from old hurt, unmet needs, or times when you didn't know how to cope. Most people try to silence or bury these shadows, but the Stoics taught that the self becomes whole only when every part of you, even the difficult ones, is acknowledged with honesty and compassion. This practice begins with sensing the quiet presence within you that feels slightly apart from your calm. Not loud, not chaotic, just waiting. The part of you that holds old embarrassment, old fear, old guilt, or old sadness. The part that carries the stories you don't often speak, the smallest wounds, the old insecurities, the moments you wish had gone differently. This shadow doesn't rise to harm you. It rises because you're finally calm enough to hold it.
You don't analyze it. You don't try to fix it. You simply notice, this too is part of me.
The noticing alone is powerful. Most inner suffering comes not from darkness itself, but from the rejection of it. When you finally allow yourself to see this shadow without judgment, something softens. The distance between you and this part dissolves. You feel a tenderness rise, one that says, you deserve understanding too. The next part of this meditation is the hug, not physical, but emotional. You invite your awareness to wrap gently around this shadow the way you would embrace a younger version of yourself who is scared or sad. You hold this part with compassion, not critique. You whisper inwardly, you are safe with me. You did your best. I see you. I'm not pushing you away anymore. These words are not fantasies. They are medicine. The Stoics believed that wounds heal through clarity and acceptance, not through punishment. When you offer warmth to the shadow, it begins to loosen. The guilt softens, the fear quiets, the sadness loses its sharpness. Shadows become lighter when they are no longer exiled. You may feel emotion rise, a heaviness, a warmth, a subtle ache behind the ribs. This is not a setback. This is release. The shadow finally has space to breathe, to soften, to rest. You are not reliving old pain. You are healing the tension that formed around it. As you hold this shadow gently, something remarkable happens. The boundaries between you and it begin to blur. You realize this shadow was never a flaw. It was a part of you that tried to protect you, even imperfectly, a part that held your fears so your conscious mind could function, a part that carried burdens silently so you could keep going. It deserves gratitude, not exile. You whisper inwardly, "Thank you for trying to protect me. You can rest now." These words ease the shadow's grip. The body responds. Your chest feels fuller, your breath gentler, your nervous system safer. The shadow begins to blend into your calm, like night merging with early dawn. In this embrace, you become whole again. Not perfect, whole. The pieces inside you align not through force, but through compassion. By hugging the shadow, you reclaim the parts of yourself you once rejected. You become softer, stronger, more complete. There is a deeper coherence within you once the shadow has been held instead of feared. When the hidden parts of your heart are finally met with compassion rather than rejection, something remarkable happens. Your whole inner world begins to feel safer.
Not because every wound is healed, not because every fear is gone, but because you are no longer divided against yourself. And in this newfound inner unity, the next step rises with quiet invitation, building your safe haven. The safe haven meditation is not about imagining a perfect world. It is not escapism, and it is not denial. It is the creation of an inner space where your nervous system can fully relax, where your heart can breathe without guarding, where your mind can soften without fear of being overwhelmed. Most people drift through life with no internal sanctuary, a place they can retreat to when the outer world becomes too loud or their inner world becomes too heavy. Tonight, you begin building that sanctuary. This practice begins by noticing the calm that has already formed inside you, a softness in your breath, a lightness in your body, a sense of openness in your chest. These sensations become the foundation of your safe haven. You are not building something new, you are deepening what is already here. You bring your awareness inward, searching gently for the place in your body that feels the most at ease. It might be your chest, it might be your stomach, it might be the space behind your ribs. You do not force it. You simply notice the point of greatest softness, the small center of calm that has been quietly growing step by step. You let this point expand, not through imagination, but through breath. Each inhale creates more space around it. Each exhale softens the areas nearby. Gradually, this center of ease grows into a warm field of comfort radiating through your body. This is the beginning of your safe haven. The Stoics believed that safety comes not from external walls, but from inner stability. They taught that the mind becomes unshaken not by controlling circumstances, but by cultivating a calm center that cannot be taken away. Your safe haven is that calm center. It belongs only to you. No one else can enter it without your invitation. No external situation can disrupt it unless you allow it. As the haven expands, you begin to sense boundaries forming, not rigid, not defensive, but protective. A soft perimeter around your awareness where nothing harmful, demanding, or overwhelming can cross. Thoughts may come, but they cannot enter the center. Emotions may rise, but they soften before reaching the haven. Tension may appear, but it dissolves when it meets this warm field. Inside this sanctuary, you feel supported from within. The body loosens further. The breath deepens. The mind becomes quieter. You no longer brace for the next worry or the next thought. You no longer feel the need to perform or explain or defend. This space welcomes you exactly as you are, tired or calm, whole or healing, strong or trembling. All parts of you are allowed here. In the haven, you may whisper inwardly, "I am safe here. This is my space. I can rest." These words are not affirmations of power. They are acknowledgments of truth. Safety grows from within, not from outside approval or control. As this sanctuary strengthens, old fears lose some of their sharpness. Anxiety loses some of its urgency. Memories feel quieter. Tension melts faster. The safe haven becomes a resting place for your entire inner world, a place where the mind can drift, the body can surrender, and the heart can soften. You begin to trust this haven. You begin to lean into it. You begin to realize that this space was always possible. You just hadn't slowed down enough to build it. Now that it is here, you carry it with you. Even when life becomes loud again, the haven remains inside you, waiting. And in this warm, spacious refuge, your whole being settles into deeper safety, preparing you for the next depth of night,
where sleep becomes not just rest, but true restoration. There is a gentle spaciousness within you once your safe haven begins to form, an inner room that finally feels protective instead of overwhelming. When you have a place inside that welcomes you without judgment, something else becomes possible, letting go of what doesn't belong there, not through force, not through self-criticism, but through clarity. And in this clarity, the next step rises, clean, steady, and freeing, the emotional decluttering practice. Emotional decluttering is not about suppressing your feelings or pretending they don't exist. It is about sorting what truly belongs in your heart tonight, and what has simply lingered out of habit. Most people carry emotions that are long past their purpose: old guilt, outdated fears, stale disappointments, expired expectations. These emotions aren't harmful on their own, but when they accumulate, they create heaviness. They fill your inner space with noise that doesn't reflect who you are now. This practice helps you gently clear that space. It begins with entering your safe haven fully, settling into that warm, calm center you created. You feel its softness around you. A quiet field, a steady warmth, a soothing presence. From this grounded place, you look inward with gentle honesty, not scanning for problems, not searching for wounds, simply noticing what emotions are still sitting inside you that no longer need to be carried into the night. You may sense something like residual tension, maybe frustration from earlier, a lingering worry, a small regret, an echo of stress from a conversation. These emotions often float quietly beneath awareness until you slow down enough to notice them. You do not judge them. You simply recognize, this is here. Recognition alone shifts the weight. The Stoics believed that emotions lose their power when named with honesty. They taught that clarity transforms heavy feelings into manageable ones, not by force, but by observation. When you see an emotion clearly, it stops spreading across your inner world. It becomes one small piece, not the whole picture. You now bring each emotion forward in your awareness, one at a time, like small items gathered for sorting. You do not relive them. You do not analyze them. You simply identify them with a soft, inward whisper. This frustration can be released. This worry doesn't belong to tonight. This old guilt has stayed too long. This fear isn't needed in my haven. Each identification is an act of decluttering, not denying, decluttering. You aren't throwing your emotions away. You're deciding which ones deserve space right now. With each breath, you gently set these emotions outside your inner sanctuary, the way you would set down objects that don't belong on your bed before sleep. You place them softly, compassionately, on the outer edges of your awareness, not far, not forgotten, just not carried into the center where rest lives. You breathe in calm, and these emotions drift a little further from the heart. You breathe out softness, and their intensity diminishes. You breathe in clarity, and their shapes loosen. You breathe out safety, and the space within you expands. You begin to notice that some emotions dissolve as soon as they are acknowledged. A small irritation evaporates. A leftover sadness lightens. A piece of tension melts. Others remain, but softer now, as if waiting quietly to be addressed another day when your mind has more strength. You don't force them out. You simply don't give them the center seat tonight. As the decluttering deepens, your inner world begins to feel lighter, clearer, more breathable. The safe haven becomes more spacious. The air inside your awareness feels clean. Your emotional landscape becomes organized in a way that supports rest rather than disrupts it. This practiced sorting creates a profound shift. Your heart stops feeling crowded. Your breath deepens on its own. Your body settles into a deeper ease. Your mind becomes clearer than it has been all day. And from this gentle space you've created, free of unnecessary weight, open to peace, you move closer to the next stage of your night journey, where rest becomes even more complete and the mind sinks deeper into healing stillness. There is a deeper clarity inside you once emotional clutter is set aside. When your inner space becomes clean and breathable, something honest starts to rise from underneath. Truths you couldn't hear earlier because the noise was too thick, the emotions too tangled, the mind too busy protecting itself. Now, in this soft, open inner room, truth has space to speak. And what comes next is not harsh, not demanding, not judgmental. It is gentle, grounding, and deeply human. The evening truth-telling. The evening truth-telling is not about confessing faults or digging through the past. It is not about criticizing yourself or replaying every detail of the day. It is a soft moment of honesty, where you allow the simplest truths of your inner world to be acknowledged without fear. Most people carry truths they never say aloud, even in their own mind. I'm tired. That hurt me. I need rest. I was overwhelmed. I tried my best. These truths stay hidden because life so often demands strength instead of honesty. Tonight, honesty becomes your strength. This practice begins by settling deeper into your safe haven, the warm, uncluttered space you've created. You notice the quiet around your breath. You sense the openness in your chest. You feel the calm in your awareness. From this groundedness, you ask yourself gently, what is true for me right now? Not what should be true, not what you wish were true, what is actually true. You let the truth rise slowly, without pressure. It may be simple, it may be emotional, it may be physical, it may be tender. You observe the truth as it comes, without arguing with it. I'm exhausted. I'm proud of how I handled today. I miss something. I need comfort. I'm relieved the day is over. I'm still learning. I'm finally feeling calm. Truth becomes a soft exhale, something you finally stop holding inside. The Stoics believed that facing truth each evening was essential for inner peace. They practiced gentle self-honesty as a way to cleanse the mind of illusions and misunderstandings. They didn't shame themselves, they simply observed. Truth was a guide, not a weapon, a mirror, not a punishment, a way to understand themselves more clearly so they could greet tomorrow with integrity. As your truth rises, you allow it to settle into your awareness. You don't resist it, you don't spin stories around it. You simply let it be. And in letting it be, something deep and quiet happens. The tension between who you are and who you pretend to be dissolves. You become aligned, whole, real. This practice also lets you acknowledge truths about your emotional state. I was hurt by that moment today. I'm overwhelmed by what I'm carrying. I'm grateful for the small kindness I received. I'm lonely in ways I don't always admit. I'm healing in ways I rarely see. Saying these truths to yourself is not weakness. It is release. When truth is hidden, it becomes weight. When truth is spoken inwardly, it becomes freedom. You may feel a soft ache in the chest, a gentle warmth in the throat, or a loosening behind the ribs. These sensations are signs of truth settling where it belongs. You are not bottling anything. You're not pretending. You're not bracing against who you are.
You're meeting yourself with honesty and compassion at the same time. As the practice deepens, you begin to whisper inwardly, "This is my truth tonight, and it is okay." Whether the truth is comforting or difficult, its presence brings peace. The mind no longer needs to defend itself or hide. The heart no longer needs to suppress its feelings. The body no longer needs to carry unspoken tension. Everything feels more grounded, more real, more yours. The evening truth-telling leaves you lighter, calmer, and more at peace with yourself, ready to continue drifting deeper into the night, where rest becomes even truer and the inner world moves toward its most healing, restorative quiet. There is a deeper honesty within you after speaking your quiet truths. Once you allow yourself to acknowledge what is real without judgment, something soft begins to unfold, a sense that you are no longer standing against yourself, and in that inner alignment, a new awareness rises, not from thought, but from instinct. You are part of something larger, something ancient, something steady. This is where the next step begins, gentle, grounding, and deeply soothing. The nature alignment meditation. The nature alignment meditation is not about imagining forests or escaping into fantasy. It is about reconnecting with the natural rhythms that exist, both outside you and within you. Most people forget that their bodies follow the same laws as the world they walk through. Cycles of energy and rest, moments of growth and retreat, times of warmth and stillness. The disconnect happens when life demands constant movement, while nature reminds you that everything relies on balance. Tonight, you return to that natural rhythm. This practice begins with settling deeper into your breath, not controlling it, just following it. You feel its ebb and flow, its rise and fall, its gentle push and pull. The breath is your first example of nature inside you. It is the same rhythm as waves on a shore, wind moving through leaves, sunlight shifting across a day. When you breathe with awareness, you align with the natural world without trying. You then bring your attention to the sensations in your body, noticing their natural qualities. The heaviness in your limbs mirrors the weight of earth. The warmth in your chest mirrors the heat of sunlight. The gentle movement of your breath mirrors the movement of wind. The beating of your heart mirrors the steady pulse of life around you. Nothing is forced. Everything is a reflection. The Stoics often reminded themselves that they were part of the greater whole, connected to the universe through reason, movement, and being. They believed peace comes from aligning with nature, not controlling it. When you see yourself as part of something vast, your worries shrink, your tension softens, and your perspective widens. Alignment brings calm. As you continue tuning into these natural rhythms, your awareness expands outward. You feel the quiet around you. Even if the room is still, you can sense the wider world, the night outside, the earth beneath, the unseen wind moving through the dark. You imagine not images, but sensations, the softness of night, the stillness of trees, the calm spread of darkness across the sky. You align with that stillness simply by feeling it. Your breath deepens naturally. Your heartbeat slows. Your thoughts take on the pace of nature, slow, patient, unhurried. You may notice that your body instinctively mirrors this rhythm. The way your shoulders drop reflects the way branches rest in still air. The way your chest expands reflects the way water widens under moonlight. The way your mind quiets reflects the stillness of night. This meditation also helps you release the human-made pressure that keeps you tense. Nature does not rush.
Trees do not force themselves to grow. Rivers do not apologize for changing paths. The sky does not shame itself for clouds, and you, too, do not need to rush, force, apologize, or perfect. You align with a rhythm older and wiser than any expectation placed on you. As the sense of alignment deepens, you begin to feel something steady rising inside you, a quiet belonging, a sense that you fit into the world exactly as you are, that your breath is part of a larger breath, that your stillness is part of a greater stillness. You are not separate, you are connected. This connection calms the nervous system profoundly. It tells your body, you are part of something safe. You are part of something steady. You are part of something peaceful. Your inner world settles even more. The mind stops resisting. The heart stops guarding. The breath becomes slow and wide. In this state of alignment, your whole being feels supported by a rhythm that requires nothing of you except presence. You are no longer fighting the current. You are flowing with it. And within that flow, rest becomes not only possible, but natural. With this quiet alignment, your awareness softens, your body grows heavier, and you drift deeper into the night, rooted, connected, and at peace. There is a deeper steadiness within you once you align with the quiet rhythms of nature. When your breath falls into harmony with the world's gentle movements, your inner world softens, and from that softness, something becomes clearer. Worries no longer feel like immovable walls. They feel like small ripples, temporary, dissolvable. They don't hold the same weight they once did. And this is where the next step rises, light, cleansing, and deeply freeing, the worry dissolution breath. This practice is not about suppressing worry or pretending it doesn't exist. It is not about forcing yourself to think positive. It is about teaching the mind how to let worry pass through without gripping it. Most people breathe shallowly when worried. Their breath becomes tight, lifted, restricted. This traps anxiety in the body, making it feel heavier and more urgent than it really is. The worry dissolution breath releases that trap, letting the body exhale what the mind has held too long. The practice begins with noticing the shape of your worry, not the story, not the details, just the sensation. Maybe it sits in your stomach as a knot. Maybe it lingers in your chest as pressure. Maybe it floats in your mind like static. You do not judge it. You simply recognize, this is worry inside my body. Recognition loosens the hold. Then you bring your breath gently toward that sensation, not forcing anything, not trying to fix it. You breathe around the worry the way warm water surrounds a grain of salt. The breath doesn't push. The breath doesn't fight. It simply holds the worry with gentleness. The Stoics believed that worry dissolves when it is no longer fed by fear or resistance. They taught that breath restores reason, calm, and clarity. By breathing into discomfort rather than fleeing from it, you reclaim control, not over the situation, but over your inner state. Now you begin the dissolution breath. A slow inhale through the nose, soft, steady, unhurried. You fill the breath just enough to expand the space around the worry, not pressurizing it, not tightening it, just creating room. Then a long exhale through the mouth, longer than the inhale. This exhale is where the dissolving happens. You imagine the worry thinning the way mist dissolves when touched by warmth. Each exhale lets a small layer unwind, a soft strand loosen, a bit of pressure melt. Inhale, create space. Exhale, dissolve the worry into that space. The breath becomes warm, wide, gentle, and the worry becomes lighter, softer, less defined. As you continue, the body responds first. The chest loosens, the jaw unclenches, the shoulders drop, the stomach releases its hold. Worry cannot stay solid in a relaxed body. The breath melts its edges. You may notice the worry shifting, becoming less of a knot and more of a shape, then less of a shape and more of a sensation, then less of a sensation and more of a faint echo. Some part of you may suddenly exhale deeper than you expected, an involuntary release. This is the body letting go. With each breath, the worry dissolves a little more, not because you forced it, not because you solved anything, because you stopped resisting it. The breath teaches the mind that worry does not need to be held tightly. It does not need to be solved in this moment. It does not need to define your night. As the practice continues, you may feel a subtle clarity rising, the kind that comes when the fog lifts. You realize the worry is smaller than it felt earlier. Maybe it still exists, but not as a threat, not as a weight, just as something that will be handled tomorrow by a rested, grounded mind. The exhale becomes a quiet release valve, a soft reset, a reminder that you are not trapped inside your thoughts. With each cycle of breath, you reclaim peace, not by defeating worry, but by dissolving its tightness, thinning its grip, letting it drift like smoke into open air. Your breath becomes warm, your body becomes heavy, your mind becomes quiet, and in this softened state, you are free to drift deeper into the night, more restful, more spacious, and more at ease than before. There is a deeper quiet that settles once your worries begin to dissolve through the breath. When the tight edges of anxiety soften and the mind no longer clings to every ripple of fear, something steadier rises, a calm that doesn't depend on positivity or control, but on perspective. A calm rooted in seeing things clearly, without distortion, without dramatizing, without shrinking from the truth. And from this grounded clarity, the next step emerges, steady, balanced, and deeply liberating: the Stoic neutrality practice. Stoic neutrality is not indifference. It is not coldness. It is not pretending that nothing matters. It is the art of seeing events, thoughts, and emotions without instantly assigning them catastrophic meaning. Most people experience life through filters. Fear turns neutral events into threats. Past pain turns uncertainty into danger. Self-criticism turns small mistakes into failures. These interpretations add unnecessary suffering to moments that are, at their core, simply part of being human. Neutrality removes the distortion so you can rest. This practice begins with noticing a thought or feeling rising in your awareness. It doesn't have to be a big one. Any internal movement will do. A flicker of worry, a memory, a sensation, a prediction. Instead of reacting, labeling, or analyzing it, you hold it gently in your awareness and whisper inwardly, "This is just a thought. This is just a feeling. This is just an experience." By naming it in this neutral way, you strip away the dramatic meaning your mind may want to attach. The thought becomes smaller, the emotion becomes softer, the sensation becomes less threatening. The Stoics believed deeply in this practice. They taught that events themselves rarely cause suffering. It is the judgment we place upon them that creates turmoil. When you suspend judgment, even briefly, reality becomes lighter, sleep becomes easier, the heart becomes calmer. You take a slow breath and continue observing whatever arises, repeating the practice. It's not good, it's not bad, it simply is. Neutrality creates space, and where there is space, calm grows. You begin to notice that your mind often jumps to conclusions out of habit. A small discomfort suddenly becomes a catastrophe. A single emotion becomes a full identity. But as you practice neutrality, the mind learns that it doesn't have to amplify everything it notices. A tight chest sensation becomes just tightness. A passing worry becomes just a worry. A memory becomes just a memory. A thought about tomorrow becomes just a thought about tomorrow. No added doom, no added story, no added weight. As neutrality deepens, you feel your nervous system respond. Your breath steadies, your muscles soften. Your awareness becomes wide and open, like a calm sky where clouds pass without turbulence. You may feel clarity rising, gentle but strong. You begin to see that much of your stress comes not from life itself, but from the stories your mind writes in the background. When you remove the story, the moment becomes simple again. Neutrality also helps you detach from emotional spikes. Instead of being swept into every rise and fall, you remain steady, not disconnected, steady. You allow the emotion to exist without becoming its prisoner. A fear becomes a sensation. A sadness becomes a wave. A thought becomes a cloud. A memory becomes a flicker. Nothing overwhelms you. Nothing defines you. Nothing pulls you under. The more you observe with neutrality, the more peaceful your inner world becomes. It's like loosening a knot without tugging. Everything softens with patience. Thoughts drift with less friction. Emotions flow with less resistance. The mind rests easier because it is no longer being pulled into extremes. You may whisper inwardly, "I don't need to judge this. I don't need to fix this right now. I can allow this to simply be." And in that allowance, your whole being relaxes. Neutrality doesn't solve your life. It simply gives you room to breathe inside it. It gives you space to rest. As the practice settles, your mind feels clearer, less tangled, less reactive. Your body feels heavier in the best way. Your awareness feels softer, more spacious, more at ease. And from this grounded neutrality, you drift further into the quiet depth of the night, ready to continue your descent into peaceful, restorative stillness. There is a deeper softness inside you once neutrality settles over your mind. When thoughts no longer bite and emotions no longer collide, an inner stillness forms, a tender and expansive quiet. It feels like the mind has stopped bracing. It feels like the heart has unclenched. It feels like the world inside you is dimming its lights, preparing you for the deepest part of the night. And from that softening, something luminous begins to rise, not bright, not intense, but gentle and comforting. This is where the next step unfolds, the inner moonlight visualization. The inner moonlight visualization is not about imagining landscapes or skies. It is about awakening the subtle light within you, a calm, cool glow that brings peace without effort. Moonlight has always symbolized quiet strength. It does not force clarity. It reveals it. It does not burn. It soothes. It does not demand attention. It simply shines in silence. Tonight, you allow that same kind of light to guide your inner world. The practice begins with your breath, slow, cool, unhurried. As the air moves in and out, you picture a pale, soft glow forming inside your chest. Not dramatic, not powerful, just a quiet light, like the first gleam of the moon rising over a still landscape. This light carries no urgency. It asks nothing of you. It simply appears, the way calm appears when the world grows quiet. You let this inner moonlight grow slowly.
You feel it in your chest, softening the breath. You feel it behind your ribs, cooling any leftover heat from the day. You feel it in your throat, soothing unspoken tension. You feel it behind your eyes, easing the mind into deeper rest. The Stoics understood this type of inner illumination, though they called it by other names. Clarity, reason, the guiding spark within the soul. They believed each person carries a quiet light that becomes visible only when noise fades and stillness rises. This moonlight visualization allows you to experience that truth directly. As the glow expands, it moves from your chest into your shoulders, dissolving tightness. It moves into your arms, calming restless energy. It moves down your spine, easing old tension with its gentle coolness. It moves through your stomach, quieting knots and softening worry. It settles into your hips, grounding you, steadying you. This moonlight does not rush. It drifts the way real moonlight drifts across a quiet surface. You simply follow it with awareness, letting it illuminate the places inside you that feel dark, heavy, or hidden. Not to expose them, but to comfort them. Moonlight does not judge. It simply brings peace to whatever it touches. You may notice, as the visualization deepens, that your inner world feels quieter than it has felt all day. Thoughts dim like distant stars. Emotions settle like sand beneath still water. The body becomes heavy in a soothing way, as if sinking into a soft night sky. The moonlight expands through your entire torso, then down your legs, cooling and calming every cell. Eventually, the glow surrounds your whole being, a subtle aura of calm. It doesn't shine brightly. It doesn't demand attention. It simply rests around you like a protective field of quiet light. This inner moonlight brings several shifts. Your anxiety softens because it no longer feels alone. Your thoughts quiet because the mind feels guided. Your breath deepens because the body feels safe. Your awareness widens because you are no longer clinging to anything. You begin to feel as though you are wrapped in a gentle glow, neither warm nor cold, simply soothing. A glow that asks nothing from you except presence. A glow that whispers that it is safe to drift, safe to surrender, safe to rest. And as the moonlight settles deeper into your being, your mind enters a state beyond thinking, where stillness guides you, where calm carries you, and where the night feels soft enough to hold your entire inner world with ease. There is a deeper quiet settling through you now, a calm that feels complete in a way earlier moments only hinted at. With the moon-like softness spreading through your inner world, something inside knows the night is ready to close its arms around you, not with force, not with finality, but with tenderness. And in that inner understanding, the next step rises, soft, slow, and deeply peaceful. The gentle closure practice. The gentle closure practice is not about shutting down your mind or forcing yourself into sleep. It is about easing into the natural ending of your waking state. Most people try to shut their minds abruptly at night, trying to turn off thoughts, trying to force calm, trying to demand sleep. But closure doesn't come from force. It comes from guiding the mind into a softer, smaller place where it can rest without fear or effort. Tonight, you guide yourself there with kindness. It begins with acknowledging that your day, your inner journey, your emotional movements, your reflections, has reached its resting point. You are not cutting anything off. You are simply allowing the night to take over. You notice how your breath has already slowed, how your awareness has widened, how your body has grown heavier.
These are natural signs that you are ready for closure. From this softness, you invite your mind to shift just a little further inward, not to think, not to analyze, just to rest. You allow your awareness to gather gently in the center of your chest, where your calm is deepest. Everything outside this center can soften into dimness, distant thoughts, fading sensations, drifting memories. You do not push them away, you simply place them on the far edges of your awareness, where they cannot disturb the quiet forming inside you. The Stoics spoke of this kind of closure as returning to oneself, coming back to the small, steady flame of inner presence and letting the world outside fade into the background. They believed that each night was a small reunion with peace itself. You feel that now. You may whisper inwardly, "It's enough for today. I can let this moment close. I'm ready to rest."
These simple truths help the mind release its final threads of alertness.
Next, you soften your attention even more. You let your thoughts become less detailed, like distant voices fading into the softness of night. You let your emotions quiet, like ripples settling on still water. You let your body sink, like something gently lowering into warm darkness. This is closure, not an ending, but a peaceful drifting away from all that is sharp, loud, or defined. As the practice deepens, you may feel your awareness beginning to dim, the way lights dim before sleep settles in. You are not disappearing, you are transitioning. The mind is stepping back, the breath is stepping forward, and the body is taking over the process of rest. You allow each inhale to be softer. You allow each exhale to release more of your mental weight. You allow your presence to fold inward into a smaller, quieter space. Perhaps you feel a gentle warmth still glowing from your earlier practices. Perhaps you feel coolness from the moonlight still lingering inside you. Perhaps you feel emptiness, in the peaceful sense, welcoming you. Everything inside you is ready. The gentle closure practice also creates emotional safety for sleep. You tell your mind, nothing more is required tonight. You tell your heart, nothing more must be solved. You tell your body, it is safe to drift. And the body listens. The heart loosens further. The breath grows slower. The mind eases itself toward the threshold of sleep. Closure is not shutting a door. Closure is dimming the light. Closure is settling into softness. Closure is giving yourself permission to drift away. As the last layers of wakefulness begin to loosen, you remain wrapped in calm. The light within you stays soft. The space around you stays quiet. And the night gently gathers you in its arms, ready to carry you into the deeper stillness ahead. There is a deeper stillness inside you now, soft, dim, and almost dreamlike. With closure settling over your inner world, the mind becomes delicate, like a candle flame swaying in a quiet room. And in that delicate quiet, something else begins to surface. Not loudly, not sharply, but with the faintest edge of emotion. Fear. Not the overwhelming kind, not the dramatic kind, just the remnants of old worries, old instincts, old wounds. Fear that rises at night not to harm you, but because darkness gives it space to whisper. And in this soft moment, the next step appears. Gentle, steady, deeply comforting. The fear reframing meditation. Fear reframing is not about pushing fear away. It is not about telling yourself you shouldn't feel afraid. It is not about pretending fear has no place inside you. It is the opposite. It is the practice of meeting fear from a place of calm, understanding what it truly is, and giving it a new shape, one that doesn't threaten your inner peace. Most people interpret fear as danger, but most nighttime fears are not danger. They are unprocessed emotions, tired thoughts, old memories, or instinctive signals that have lost their meaning. Fear becomes heavy only when misunderstood. When understood, it becomes softer, quieter, easier to hold. This practice helps you make that shift. You begin by sensing the fear, not the story around it, not the mental explanation, but the feeling itself. Maybe it sits in your chest like a tightness. Maybe it hums in your stomach like unease. Maybe it floats in your mind like a shadow. You do not judge it. You do not resist it. You simply acknowledge, fear is here. This simple recognition removes half its power. Next, you breathe gently into the place where fear lives. A slow inhale, soft, warm, kind. A long exhale, steady, releasing, grounding. You are not breathing to remove the fear. You are breathing to see it clearly. The Stoics understood that fear often arises from misinterpretation, believing that what is uncomfortable is unsafe, or that what is unknown is dangerous. They taught that fear becomes manageable when examined with clarity rather than panic. You bring that wisdom into your breath now. As you continue breathing, you begin reframing the fear, not with force, not with positive thinking, with understanding. You whisper inwardly, "This fear is a signal, not a sentence. This feeling is information, not danger. This emotion is old, not immediate." Fear loses intensity when you separate the sensation from the story. It becomes a message, not a threat. Next, you gently ask the fear a quiet question, not to challenge it, but to understand it. What are you trying to protect me from? You may not get a clear answer. You may just feel a sense, a memory, a hint of something familiar. Sometimes fear is protecting your heart. Sometimes it is protecting an old version of you. Sometimes it is just echoing an old wound. You don't need to solve it. You only need to listen. With each breath, the fear begins to soften. It becomes less like a heavy shape and more like a passing sensation. Less like an alarm and more like a whisper. Less like a threat and more like an old instinct that doesn't match your present moment. You gently reframe again. I am safe right now. I can feel this without being harmed. This fear does not define me. As you repeat these truths, your body responds. Your heartbeat slows. Your breath deepens. Your muscles release their last tension. Fear cannot take root in a relaxed, grounded body. The body speaks safety louder than fear speaks threat. Now you visualize the fear changing shape, not disappearing, but softening. A tight knot becoming loose threads, a heavy stone becoming warm sand, a dark cloud becoming thin mist. You allow the fear to lose its sharp edges. You allow it to take a gentler form. You allow it to rest rather than rise. This reframing is not denial. It is understanding. It is compassion for the part of you that once needed to be afraid. It is clarity toward the part of you that no longer needs to be. With every slow breath, fear becomes smaller. Your calm becomes larger. Your inner world grows more peaceful. Eventually, the fear becomes nothing more than a faint sensation, something your breath can hold without effort, something that no longer interrupts your rest. You feel the softness return fully. Your awareness dims. Your heart steadies. Your mind relaxes. And in this deepened calm, you drift even closer toward the threshold of sleep, safe, comforted, and free from the weight of fear's old shape. As you drift now in this quiet space you've created, remember this. Peace is not something you chase. It's something you return to. Tonight, you walked step by step back into yourself. You softened the noise, released the weight, met your shadows, honored your truth, and rebuilt the calm that life so often pulls you away from. This stillness you feel isn't fragile. It isn't temporary. It lives in you. It has always lived in you. As you move deeper into rest, let the night hold what you no longer need to carry. Let your breath guide you gently. Let your mind surrender to the softness rising inside. You've done enough. You've become enough. You are enough. Sleep now in the safety you've created, warm, grounded, and whole. A new day will meet you when it's time. For now, just rest.